we're not? Okay.
Sorry, I was waiting for you to give me the signal.
Oh, there it is. Charlie, we are now live. So, welcome and good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Johnson. I'm with the University of Montana, and with my co-facilitator, Heather Stokes, we are providing facilitation support to this Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. We're joined by a technical committee that's being coordinated from Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and includes representation from state, federal, and tribal agencies, and so thank them for their support as well. We spent yesterday really taking stock of where we are with our work and talking through some of the critical issues where the continued voice of the council as a whole is needed to resolve some different points of view and looking for that zone of agreement. So we spent a lot of time yesterday trying to find that middle ground as much as possible. We also talked about one of the more challenging issues in front of us, which is the role of hunting and how to advance the conversation around that in a way that represents the diversity of viewpoints on the council. We had a really good discussion around how do we represent this work in a structure and a framework that builds off of what we've been doing, but also thinks more about how are we communicating as clearly as possible. And so the council came up with a revised structure, a framework that includes 5 pieces, and we're continuing to think about how best to adapt our existing work into those. But those 5 pieces are to have a preamble that kind of sets the context for this work, that provides the background and the charge and the purpose of the council, as well as some of those elements that are kind of the existing nature of the challenge in front of us. A vision statement representing where the council thinks grizzly bears should be in the future in terms of grizzly bear conservation and management. Some guiding principles that represent the council's view on how it sees its recommendations moving forward. And as an example of that, they brought forward this idea that the best available science appeared in many places of the recommendation. So let's use things like that as guiding principles that inform all of their recommendations. The fourth was a specific component focused on the recommendations themselves, which has been the focus of a lot of the working group documents so far. And then they created a 5th category that we're still searching for a name for, but it's really representing those areas where the council has had really strong conversation and discussion, but is not finding consensus on the issues. And what we talked about yesterday is, you know, that could be a very large category of items, and so if we had to put some constraints on that, let's focus on those items that are explicitly called out in the executive order. So the role of hunting was one of those. There may be others, but that's where we landed. We also discussed connectivity, and we had some conversation around conflict prevention and response, and then we brought up some other items but didn't have a chance to conclude discussion on those, so we'll work through those this morning. So our hope for today is to continue that conversation, really seek additional input, guidance from the council on issues like conflict prevention and response, resources, where bears should be, habitat, and the role of hunting, just to make sure that we're having the breadth of conversation that can inform those next steps. And then we talked about how do we advance those moving forward, and we see a need to have some new structures in place. And so before the end of today, we're going to assign some people different roles. One of those is going to be some sort of synthesis writing team role. We've got some communications roles, and we'll probably also have some substantive roles around some of the critical issues in front of the council. We're looking at a pretty aggressive timeline moving forward, so the council's work is going to conclude by the end of August. And so we're also going to just check in on what are the pieces that we want to put in place between now and then. We've got one meeting on the calendar and some working group meetings probably will need to be added, but just thinking about where all those pieces fit together. Council members, am I missing anything in terms of yesterday? Oh, good. Well, I would like to turn to you guys now and just have you introduce yourselves again for those that are joining remotely, a chance to say hi. And if you'd share one reflection from yesterday or one hope for today, that's your assignment. And I always start on my left, so today I'm going to start on my right. Mick, you're in the hot seat.
There we go. Good morning. I'm Nick Jeebach. I work for the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I'm based here in Helena. And I just thought yesterday was productive. This is the way you generally, pare down a document. I think we're at that stage where we're doing a lot of editing, and that's what I would expect at this stage. So I thought it was a good conversation and getting rid of some repetition and some of those things. I also appreciated the public comment from Keith Kabista about making a more robust pro-hunting statement in this, maybe adding some stuff to it. So I think that's something I hope we get to. Thanks.
Caroline?
Hey, Caroline Bird, I'm from Bozeman, and yeah, yesterday, I'm really optimistic. I think we've got the pieces are falling into place in the structure, and I think now it's the hard work of like putting it in a format that makes sense to all of us. So I'm really proud of us, the work that we put into it, and I'm really optimistic about the product that we're going to achieve. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Caroline.
Good morning, I'm Chuck Rohde from Flathead, between Columbia Falls and Whitefish. I manage a company called F.H. Stoltz Land and Lumber. And I too think we're getting there. I thought we made some good progress. We got some pretty tough issues to handle, and we're getting there.
Thanks, Chuck.
Hi, I'm Darren Bosch from Havre, Montana. I thought we had great dialogue yesterday. I think I love the new structure that we're going with. It adds clarity, it adds direction. I'm excited about putting action items and things to move forward in our recommendation steps, either today or in the next working documents. And want to thank all the people on the committee that can't be here and are putting the effort in on Zoom. We've all been there, and we appreciate you taking the extra time and making the effort. We miss you, so thanks.
My name's Heath Martinell. My family ranches in southwest Montana, and as far as yesterday, the thing that I really appreciated the most, I think, was just the thought about having some guiding principles versus just trying to put everything into recommendations and that kind of thing. Some kind of a broader view, I think, will help give us a lot more direction that's more lasting, I guess, down the road. Recommendations kind of feel like they might be, in some cases, more short-term, just to how things are gonna change or whatever, but it's the guiding principles. I think if we can get those, a few of them out there, that'll be able to help direct recommendations as they move forward down the road.
Thank you, Heath.
Good morning, I'm Kristen Kipp. I live north of Browning on the Blackfeet Reservation. I just want to add that I think the new structure is really good. That really helps me think, and I think that will maybe streamline our movement forward. And I agree with what everybody has to say, but the thing that also kind of struck me is what Nick talked about, and that's what I've been thinking about, I guess this morning and last night, was about the hunting portion. And so I have some ideas, and I think that's about it. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Morning, Darren.
Brett Morning with Sunlight Ranch, and I just kind of echo what everybody else has said. I think that we made a lot of ground yesterday.
Good morning, Trina Bradley. My family and I have a ranch on the southern end of the Blackfeet Reservation, and yesterday was really exciting when we eliminated one word from our entire document. So I'm hoping that today we can make some real progress and get some stuff done.
Thanks, Chris.
The baby was.
Good morning, my name's Chad Bauer. I am with Republic Services based out of Missoula. There we go. Chad Bauer with Republic Services based out of Missoula, and I will just echo the sentiments that have already been given by the council members. I'm very excited about the new format we have, and I think that gives us some very good direction to move forward, and we'll speed up the process a little bit.
Thanks, Chad.
Good morning, Jonathan Ballard from Swan Valley, Condon town. I don't have much to add. It's just been great to get together, and I think in doing that and having the opportunity to, dive deeper into the conversations, it's really moved us forward. And I think that we have good momentum for continued progress, and look forward to working with everyone as that continues.
Good morning, I'm Cole Mannix, and I'm from western Montana, Blackfoot Valley, a place where bears are now part of weekly life with folks. And I live in Helena. I work for a group called the Western Landowners Alliance. And I think yesterday we did make a lot of good progress on process, and so today I'm excited about kind of lining out our timeline for how we're going to deliver final recommendations in August. I think we're making good progress towards that.
Thank you, Colt. I'm going to move online now. Greg, do you want to say hello and any reflections from yesterday?
Good morning, I'm Greg Schock. I'm from up in St. Ignatius in the heart of the Confederated Salish Kootenai Tribe Reservation, and lived with grizzly bears for 25 years, and I think we're making great progress. I think the hunting issue is always going to be a controversial one, but I think the state has got a lot of input and foresight into what needs to be done with that, and I think we need to really be a supporter of that. So good day.
Thanks, Greg. Erin, do you want to say good morning?
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Erin Edge out of Missoula, Montana. I work with an organization called Defenders of Wildlife. And I think, the process is the process. And so there are times where I get frustrated, but I feel like we are getting to a place where it is exciting. And I think I like the format that is tentatively in place for us to move forward. And I started to go through with Cole's thoughts in my mind to go through and then recognize how many of the recommendations we can potentially move into different places, or that might be repeats. And I think it's interesting to try and use a different lens to go through those. And so yeah, I'm excited about the process moving forward. Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Charlie, for helping coordinate between us Zoomies and you all in the room. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Erin. It seems to be working pretty well. I know it's a little bit hard to plug in from afar, so really appreciate you guys taking the time and the extra energy to listen and participate in front of your computer screen. Robyn, do you want to say good morning?
I do, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I don't have much more to add that's already been said. I too feel good about our process, and July and August are going to be very busy for us, and I'm looking forward to participating. And the one thing that I really liked about yesterday is, the hunting issue is controversial, but I like how we are listening to each other and really working respectfully through that issue. And I still say, the Pollyanna of the group here, I think we've come up with a good way forward, and I'm looking forward to us finishing that process. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Robyn, and thanks for that Pollyanna view. We appreciate your voice in these conversations and just the encouragement that you always bring. Lorents.
Yeah, I'm Lorents Grosfield. I'm a cattle rancher, South Central Montana. I enjoyed yesterday too, and I'm looking forward to today. We talk a lot about where grizzly bears are, where they should be. That also implies where they should not be. And we haven't talked much about that. I hope that we'll do some of that. And I'm looking forward to the rest of today like everybody else. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Lorents. Michele.
Hi, everybody. I am Michele Dieterich from Hamilton, Montana, and I thought we got some good progress yesterday. I still have some clarification on the new tentative structure. I think it definitely has great potential, but there's just a couple things I still have questions about. And I don't know that now is the time. I just wanted to say that the consolidated document, we had 1 week to look through it, and it represents a lot of work from Trina and Annie, but I can't tell you that there couldn't have been a worse week for me to go through that document. So I still feel like I haven't really looked at it, and I'm not as familiar with it as I feel like I should be. I did try to get in and noticed a few things that were missing, and I just feel like we need more time, or at least I need more time to just review it a little bit more before any big decisions are made about the recommendations there. And I know that it's still work in progress, so I don't think that'll be a problem. I just want to make that clear that I did not have the ability to really look at that document, and I'm hoping to have more time going forward. And I look forward to being here. It is kind of hard online, so thank you to Charlie for mediating us back here, because it's hard to hear and sometimes it's hard to follow what's going on. So I appreciate his assistance, and I appreciate all you guys being there. I wish I could be there with you. I did Zoom in for breakfast this morning, but nobody could hear me. I said hello. You guys were all over at the coffee machine, and it reminded me of one of those old comics where everybody's kind of gathered around the water cooler. It was really cute. I have no idea what you guys were saying, but I'm sorry I missed the breakfast, and looking forward to today.
Great. Well, thank you all. Thanks, Michele. And I heard that sentiment from others too, that we just needed a little bit more time to think about some of those recommendations and reflect on them and respond to them. So I think we want to build that into the process as we think about how to take steps forward from today into what's coming next. Just want to acknowledge and thank all those other folks from the support team, the technical support team that's helping advance this conversation too. So for all of you online from FWP and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and USGS and the Forest Service and Wildlife Services, we've got Stacy here from the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribe this morning too. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us. We also have Director Williams from FWP online again today. So thank you all for taking the time to join us. I think we should jump right back into the issues, is what I think. I think there are some issues that we want to continue to discuss before we get into those next steps of how are we going to put those back into the different documents and the frameworks moving forward. And I think we left off at the end of the day yesterday just having gone through at least the highlighted areas of the conflict prevention and conflict response part of the document. And Michele, I think you had brought up a question of, can we also bring forward things that weren't necessarily part of that highlighted text? And the answer is absolutely yes. We want to make sure we're having a conversation around anything that would benefit from the council's discussion as a whole. So, Trina, if you want to share your screen as we're working through some of these, I think that would be helpful. And Michele, if there was something in particular that was in the document or just more generally around conflict prevention and conflict response, now would be a good time to bring that forward.
Do we want to start with? Do we want to start with the preamble, or do we want to start with the recommendation?
But before we get there, I wanted to make sure that we finished the conflict response. I know we went through.
We were done with conflict response.
We went through the highlighted areas, but I think Michele had another question that she wanted to bring up around conflict response. So that's what I was checking in on.
Okay.
Michele, am I remembering that correctly?
Number 24, is that where we're at under recommendation?
Yeah, I can't, I've got to find my copy, and so I've got to get out of this screen, and I can't seem to be able to do it.
Okay. But do you want to take a minute and then flag us when you're ready to have that, or should we wait for a second?
Yeah, I don't know. I've got to, I guess just wait for me. Like I said, I'm not prepared to do this yet, and so I'm a little lost, but that's fine.
Okay, well, maybe send Charlie a note in the chat box when you have a moment to look through that document again and pick up where we left. And I'm going to turn it back over to Trina then. She's been walking us through the document. She and Annie did a really good job consolidating the documents, but they had a few areas where they wanted council input in highlighted areas. So I think you just start at the top of the document, Trina, and walk us through what those issues are.
Okay, so I'm gonna start at recommendations, and then we can revisit the preamble later. So, under the recommendations, under education and outreach, it's the very first one. Number 1, we already had, something like this, but Erin rewrote it. And Annie and I both liked her rewrite better, so that's what we put in. So if you guys are cool with the rewrite, then it doesn't need to be, nothing needs to be done.
So this is just, it's new language, and so you just wanted to confirm that people are
Right,
okay
it's
with that?
basically the same thing, but reworded.
Do you mind reading that sentence?
Sure. In recognition of the grizzly bear being Montana's state animal, and the strides made since the species was listed under the Endangered Species Act in 1975, the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council recommends the establishment of a date to annually celebrate the grizzly bear in the landscape communities in continued collaboration in Montana that has allowed for human grizzly bear coexistence.
Charlie?
I think Michelle's ready to join in, she's her hands up.
Okay. So just on this piece, I see a thumbs up from Robyn. Are there comments, questions, or?
Yes, on this piece.
Yeah, Michele.
This is on this piece, and I actually think this is what I wanted to talk about, but I'm not sure. We had a different writing of this that did not include, it was more about this recognition of a day to create awareness that grizzly bears are on the landscape, and we need to be cognizant of that. I didn't think there was an agreement on continued collaboration in Montana. I just don't think that, I don't feel comfortable with that last sentence and continued collaboration. I would say celebrate the grizzly bear in the landscapes, communities, or I actually thought that the celebration should really be about awareness, you know, and it can be a celebration, but it should also be about awareness of grizzlies on the landscape and kind of using that as an education piece. And like I said, I would rather see grizzly bears and celebrate grizzly bears in the landscapes and communities, or just grizzly bear coexistence and celebrate the grizzly bear and grizzly bear coexistence. I would be happy with those bits. If there was something in there that also talked about to create awareness, because I really think that day needs a purpose. Just a celebration isn't necessarily a purpose, and I think the purpose is to create awareness of grizzly bears. And thinking about grizzly bears, it's time to bring in your bird feeders. It's time to think about grizzlies potentially getting into your dog food on the porch, you know, that kind of awareness. I think that's important for this.
Okay, if you look at on the screen now, the original wording is struck through. Here, I'll unstrike it so you can read it better.
Hey, Trina.
Yo.
I just added, can everybody see your screen? Because that's one question I have first. And and then Michele, I guess I had some more questions about your, because you had a comment on there, and I just didn't quite understand why you didn't want the collaboration piece in there. I just didn't. So if you could, you know, explain that a little bit more, but also if we put in something like to annually celebrate and create awareness around an issue, I just threw that in there. I can delete it right now, but is there a place in there to do that, to add the awareness piece in the current paragraph?
Thanks, Erin and Trina. So I think there are two pieces here under conversation, or that are part of the conversation. One is this create awareness piece being added in there explicitly, and I think that's a matter of figuring out where that is, but then some additional direction around the continued collaboration piece of what's getting at that concern.
My concern is just collaboration has a lot of meanings, and I would rather say something more like just taking that out and say the grizzly bear in the landscapes, communities, and continued grizzly bear coexistence, or just create awareness, annually celebrate and create awareness around grizzly bear and human coexistence, or something like that. I don't think we need to go into the ways that, I'm just really uncomfortable with collaboration.
I think what we mean by collaboration, and the reason it needs to be in there, is because we're not just celebrating that we have grizzly bears, we're celebrating the fact that we're all working together to make sure that we have grizzly bears, and that is a huge part of grizzly bears being here, or we wouldn't have any.
I would be happy with cooperation.
I feel like collaboration is a more correct word, because we are all collaborating, as in agencies, NGOs, livestock producers, private landowners. That is a collaboration.
Michele, what about partnerships? I mean, I think, I guess I'm trying to figure out another word there.
Could we ask the facilitators who are familiar with the literature and
and I'm wondering if we're getting into some wordsmithing here too that isn't really helpful for us as a group. I want to make sure we're understanding the concerns underneath some of this stuff so that we can resolve it or pass it forward to the writing synthesis team. But to me, it sounds like there's agreement that the working together part is important. I heard you say that, Trina. I heard Michele say that. Erin's thinking about the specific wording for that. So maybe we capture the idea that people working together for conservation of bears is important, and include that in here somehow. Is that get to your interest, Michele, or are you worried about a focus on the people piece of this and want more focus on the bear? I'm trying to, I guess, understand the underlying interest there.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with cooperation. I'm fine with different wordsmithing. I'm just not okay with the word collaboration, because I just think it has different connotations that I don't want to express in this recommendation.
Could you help us out with an example?
Yeah, Michele, could you please let us know what you're thinking with those examples, with an example?
Yeah, well, collaboratives have been used to represent, including us, represent all of Montana, and I don't believe that we represent all of Montana. I believe that we're 18 people making suggestions. And the idea of this collaboratives that are representing people that maybe they're not really representing. And so I have problems with that idea. I think the public needs to be involved in all of these things. And sometimes I think collaboratives in that sense, or the sense I'm talking about, tend to hold more weight than public. And I don't think that's correct or fair.
So we're not celebrating the collaboration of 18 people on the council. We're celebrating the collaboration of people in Montana recovering the grizzly bear population. We're not talking about ourselves. We're talking about everyone as a whole getting grizzly bears this far and making sure they're still on the landscape.
Is there another way you can say that?
Yeah, one of the things that does happen in a lot of the conversations around collaboration and collaboratives is the difference between the noun and the verb. And a collaborative group sometimes, does have some of these constraints around it in terms of who's on that, and what they represent, or who they don't represent. And I think collaboration as a process is more broad in that, and it's more about people working together towards shared solutions. So I think as long as we're clear on the intent here that this is more about the working together part and not on who, is included or excluded from that, seems like that gets the interest here. Is that fair, Michele?
No. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. So we can't rework that phrase, is what you're saying.
I'm saying we can rework that phrase. I'm saying it sounds like your concern around the word collaboration is around collaborative groups and not around the idea of working together collaboratively. So it's more around the noun of a group of people and this representation, this idea that they represent not just the 18 voices at the table, but they're trying to represent a broad population versus the idea of just working together collaboratively.
Yeah, but I worry that it implies something that I would rather not imply.
Right, so I'm saying we can find a different word than collaboration, but it's helpful to understand why that's a concern, and that's what I'm hearing is your concern. So does that help clarify Michele's concern around collaboration? Cool.
What I hear you saying, Sean, is that the synthesis team can basically, work to reword that, but that we can't wordsmith all of these recommendations today, right?
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like something needs to change there, and to run it back by Michele at another time, but that we maybe not be able to wordsmith it right now. I'd like to suggest one more thing in here. I think it's great overall, but I wonder if that has allowed for grizzly bear conservation maybe a little bit more broadly palatable than human grizzly coexistence. I don't have any huge problem about coexistence, but I think it does carry quite a few connotations for some. For anybody that's seen the coexist stickers on the back of cars driving around.
Pardon? Who?
Robyn.
Robyn.
Okay, thanks. I think Cole just clarified what my question, but I want to make sure I heard correctly. I was having a little bit of a problem hearing. Today, what we want to do is go through these pieces where we have issues, make suggestions about what the issue is, but we're not going to wordsmith. The team that's going to work on synthesizing all of these pieces will take care of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We want to use this time with the council as a whole to make sure we're understanding different points of view or different underlying interests that can inform the writing of these recommendations, but we're not going to spend the time wordsmithing right now. We're going to pass that forward to the synthesis writing team. And so that was helpful just to clarify, for Michele to raise her concern, to express why it was a concern, and so the guidance to the team is let's find a different word to represent that idea. So anything else on this one?
So
Cole, could you restate what you had suggested? Because I think I agree with you.
yeah.
I'm just suggesting that we could end the sentence, the last sentence, by saying, and continue whatever the substitute for collaboration is in Montana that has allowed for grizzly bear conservation, rather than human grizzly coexistence. I think it just carries, it's less loaded.
Do you want that, or do you want to end it at Montana?
I think it's with the discussion with the discussion we just had about collaboration, I think it's important that we leave the purpose of that or what the outcome of conservation of grizzly bears, or otherwise it does kind of lose its meaning.
I would like to at least talk about grizzly bear conservation. I agree with that as well. Thank you.
I think that looks good.
All right, thank you, Robyn. You sounded like you were in agreement. Michele, Erin, Lorents?
Was that the order? I'm fine with a lot of this changes and thoughts. I think this can be reworded where we all would agree on it. I'm just wondering how we're capturing these thoughts, because we have three things in here: creating awareness, a different wordsmithing for collaboration, and conservation versus coexistence. Where are we documenting that?
I am
Is it in
typing
comments?
as-
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so Trina's volunteered, she has the document open here in the room. It's on the screen too, and so she's capturing some of those pieces and, either adding language changes that we agree to or flagging comments to carry forward to the synthesis team. So a thumbs up from Erin.
Can she not see that screen?
Is there any way to make that bigger?
That's what I asked, because I'm sure you guys can't see it.
Can you zoom it and just take off off the pictures and just run them off the screen, too? Yeah, just do a manual, just so you're just looking at the text, people off the screen. Oh, okay.
Can I make, yeah. I'm just thinking that we should have the thoughts, all of the thoughts in the comment box about coexistence and other, rather than wordsmithing them in, just so if you're reworking the whole paragraph, you have captured what everybody felt. You know, Jonathan wanted conservation, or Cole wanted conservation, aware, you know, those things. I just feel like they should be off to the side as well, so, because it's going to be hard to remember what we all talked about once we go through all of these.
This is a new document, so all of the former stuff is still in the 6.6 document. This is a brand new one that I made yesterday.
Yeah, I understand that. You're making some wordsmithing, and I guess I'd like to capture all the thoughts off to the side. Just, if I were the synthesizing team and I didn't like, you know, it just didn't flow well, I'd like to have a reminder of what everybody was thinking off to the side, rather than just making the changes.
Thanks, Michele. Trina, I wonder if you can you put edits our suggestions instead of changes in the settings, and then it'll keep the original language and then provide the new language too. You know, as much clarity as we can provide, I think that is helpful. With the editing settings. And then it'll come up as track changes, essentially.
Okay.
Charlie?
I was just curious how, so then if there's disagreement in the room, how does that get resolved by a writing team, or is that just being delegated to the writing team to resolve the disagreement?
Well, we're trying to find agreement where possible today, and I think what we've found is agreement on the general content or the interests that are at play here, and where we need help is around the wording. And so anything that's around wordsmithing, I think the council feels comfortable delegating.
Fair enough.
And then I think one of the things that I'm curious about as we move forward is, as the writing team runs into areas of disagreement, you know, how do they want to resolve that? And we talked a little bit about maybe having, you know, someone play an ambassador role back to the council as a whole to work through those issues expeditiously. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of back and forth on this stuff even as we move forward.
You say warp?
What?
Warp drive?
Warp drive, yeah.
Okay, nice.
Can we
Yeah.
move on from this one?
I think so. I think we're ready to move on. So what's the next one?
All right, so the next one, we had a lot of create different parts of a Bareware program, recommendations. So Annie and I consolidated them all under number 5. And then we got 2 additions, so 6 and 7 are new and were not in there when you guys were reviewing and commenting before. So number 6 says, establish a statewide program to create and certify Bareware businesses. This program would provide guidelines, window stickers, promotional materials, and a list of Bareware businesses in state tourism publications.
So that, just for clarity, for people looking on the hard copy, that's number 2.5, the numbers are different.
Okay, yeah, the numbers changed when I copied and pasted for whatever reason.
So we're looking at, on page 3 under 2.5?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just asking here if people think these should be carried forward?
Yeah, if we're cool with them being in there, then we'll just move on.
Can I make the general comment on 2, that we synthesis teams to move to be active? And I'll just make an example. To fund 2 FTE lead education coordinator and technician at the next biennium, or the next governor's budget. So as we work through the synthesis team, I'd like to move these into action. And who? And right now, we're just saying, go and be merry, where there's nothing of substance here that gives direction or action. And I don't want to wordsmith today, but I have notes all the way through this. Who? Where? And so just to make an example, I would change that first sentence to not create, to fund 2 FTE, a lead bear education coordinator and technician. Work with the FWP, governor's office to get it in the initial governor's budget. So that's what I'm talking about, action. And I'll jump down, and instead of include an incentive program, develop an incentive program. We don't have one. So that's just, that's how I'd like to see the synthesis team work from my perspective. I'm not on it, but I'm good at pointing in other directions for people.
Sounds good. Erin, looks like you're waiting to weigh in.
I think he should be on the synthesis team. If I can volunteer people, since everybody's really good at volunteering me. I think I agree with you, but I also think we just need to be cautious in saying like specific funding tying specific funding mechanisms or restricting specific funding mechanisms to some of these, just because sometimes those may come through collaboration. So I'm not saying this one necessarily, but I just want us to keep in mind that if we get too specific, it may not happen because that avenue may become obsolete one way or the other. So that's just my thought on this moving forward.
No, I love, if I could respond, Erin, I love the comment, Erin, and I see that as one of our guiding principles that we have everywhere in the document, is to develop cooperative funding mechanisms whenever possible. Everybody should have a little skin in the game, the feds, the state, the NGOs. And so I think that's a guiding principle that would override perhaps if we don't get in the governor's budget, there's other mechanisms, but we feel strong enough that we say fund a doggone thing. And I think that's our responsibility as a council. We've established certain things that we see there's holes, and we need to move this off center. We can wish in one hand, but that's just my opinion. I had to shut that one down.
Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Erin and Erin. Appreciate the back and forth there, and I think this is all really helpful guidance for that synthesis team to make these actionable. I know that came up yesterday, and to Erin's point, we've been struggling with this from the beginning, or maybe not struggling, but just really cognizant of it from the beginning, of finding that right level of engagement where we're providing really clear direction, but we're also not too far down into the weeds that we're creating unintended constraints or consequences for any of these recommendations. Robyn, it looked like your hand is up?
Yes, thank you. I agree with the action items. I love that. Thank you. But I'd also say, remember, we want this funded, but we also need to create it and or develop it. So as the team is working through these and creating these action directives, remember that sometimes we still need to be talking about create and or develop. So I think both of those pieces are actions that need to be taken. And yes, I just overstated the obvious, but sometimes you have to in these efforts.
No, thanks, Robyn, especially when something's new. We can't just fund something without creating it first, so let's add those pieces. Good.
Okay, so if you can't see my screen, I changed it to say fund and create a full-time bear education coordinator and technician to lead a bear-aware program. Or do we want to say fund a full-time bear education coordinator and technician to lead and create a bear-aware program?
I think the content is there.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're cool with that.
I'm not gonna shut up. I want you to add statewide, please, because if we're just creating a program, where is that program being created?
Yeah, try not to wordsmith, I was just doing generalities.
So statewide is good. And then, Trina, do you want to go back down to those additions and make sure that people are okay with including those, or at least moving those forward to the synthesis team? So the first one you read, what was the second?
The second one says, develop a recreation plan that identifies and addresses potential conflict zones for recreationists. Plan should include a map of core habitat and linkage zones and identify appropriate activity within these zones.
So conversation or concern about either of these additions? Chad?
Yes, I am good with 6. I'm not sure I am good with 7 reading through it right now. I just don't know how you identify and address potential conflict zones for recreationists. I think even our experts would have a hard time making that definition, especially with, as we know, bears moving to where bears have never been before. I guess from my point of view, I have a hard time reading 7 in there, but I'm definitely okay with 6.
And maybe it can just be the Lorents Point, the western part of the state.
Sure.
So, Robyn, I think that was your addition. Can you explain your reasoning behind that one?
Yeah, thanks. Happy to. So I am really open to wordsmithing this. What I'm trying to get at is, and if this could be captured for the team, maybe to still think about this, what I was trying to get at is how do we make recreationists, locally and tourists, be very aware of where they're recreating and the potential conflicts that are going to exist there, that they're going to run into. I think this spring certainly has brought forth the concern that a lot of folks have about mountain biking and hiking, just those two things, and encounters with grizzly bears. So what I'm trying to get at is a focused maps always work for me, but some sort of focused awareness tool that we all understand where we're recreating. We need to be very careful about that, and we need to be aware and aware where we are. So to me, a map always works for me, and start defining what these things, what activities look like. I agree. How do we do that? But I just don't see how we can't not address it based on what's beginning to happen. As Caroline will say, more bears, more people. We're going to start having more of these encounters with recreation. And I really think that this, again, we need to be proactive around that. So that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not necessarily married to all the words in this statement in number 7, but I am very concerned that if we don't become proactive about some sort of recreation direction and planning going forward, that we're going to continue to have a new layer of conflicts and bear maulings. So I'd like the team, the writing team, I'd love to see what they might be able to come up with that captures that idea.
Yeah, thanks, Robyn. That was really helpful to understand kind of the origins of that and what you're getting at. Jonathan, I think you wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, kind of procedural, I mean, just to start, and you can all just take for granted from here on out that I think all of these are great ideas. I would rather this lead bear education coordinator be concerned about those things and prioritize the considerations towards these. I don't really feel comfortable or that it's necessary for us to tell them when they create this job, here's what they're going to do. They're going to create a plan and they're going to have a window sticker and things like that. I feel that we are here to support and encourage the best education and outreach, and hopefully we'll find someone to fill that position, or if that position's created, it'll be with someone that is so apt to fill that they'll know all of these things. They'll be able to implement what they believe is the best thing at that time and place. But also every working group I've been on, we've worked to shorten and make it more concise and flexible at the same time. So I'm just kind of putting that out there. I just wonder how many of these things really need to be in there. Not to say that they're great ideas. They're absolutely great ideas, but how much of them are for us to define? And I also worry that the more we try to define, then things that we leave out are excluded, rather than if we don't try to create these big long lists, then no one's excluded. Everyone is inherently involved at that point. So an example of that would be, on mine it's 2.3, coordinate with tourism, realtors, VRBOs, chambers of commerce, outdoor business, etc. So if you're not in that list, then we're not going to coordinate with you. But if there is no list, then we'll just coordinate with all stakeholders. So I feel like by trying to be more inclusive, we're actually excluding more people because we're just not thinking about them. So that's my concern. As someone on this team, I'm not going to make the decisions, but I would be cutting this down to probably just that header, and letting the professionals and experts make those decisions as to how that's best done, using our guiding principles and shared values.
Thanks, Jonathan. Cole, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to say I think that's a really important point. I was thinking something similar as I read through these. I mean, to date, this document is really, all of us have taken a look at it. If there's something we feel really strongly or object to, we've kind of said so. If there are missing ideas, we've tried to add them. But it still seems to me like part of the process after the synthesis team tries to do its first round to say, okay, this is more of a principle, this is more of a specific recommendation. It seems like the council still has a process to go through where there really is a thumbs up, sideways down of, we think this kind of carries the weight of its own recommendation, or not really, maybe a really good idea, but it may, that idea, the specific idea of a bear education person should do X, might better live in an appendix than live as a full-blown recommendation. Maybe the most important recommendation is that education is critical. We suggest that this is a full-time FTE issue, and that person will be in charge of developing the education program. And so there's a lot of great ideas in here, but it seems to me like some of them they're more suggestions, they're more, here's some things the council talked about, and maybe they live better in an appendix. And I just think I see that process of, once the synthesis team has gone around on this and brought it back to the council, at some point it seems to me like there will need to be a process where we sort of say, does this carry the full weight of a recommendation and belong here, or is it more of a good idea, among others, in the appendix?
got a queue here lined up. Erin, Lorents, Michele, and Robyn.
I'm in for it.
All right. I have to just give a round of applause to the people on Zoom for how engaged you guys have been. It's really awesome, and Charlie for being our liaison. So we're gonna go in that order: Erin, Lorents, Michele, and then Robyn. Thanks for kicking this off, Jonathan. I think it's really important. Erin.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering about what Cole was talking about with having this, some of these be sort of similar to the resources section that we're kind of going back and forth on how detailed do we want to get under some of these really specific headers. And also not feeling like we're being too prescriptive of that person's job because new things will pop up. I think we have identified some things that we're missing from maybe outreach and education through our different presentations and just discussions with others. And so, you know, things like better outreach to, you know, recreationists, whether that's mountain bikers or hikers, and with that population increasing in the future, that is an important thing. So things like that, the need to reach more out to the tourism industry, VRBOs, that kind of thing. So there's things that we identified that we're sort of missing right now. And so I would not want those to disappear, I guess, because I feel like as we identify those things that are missing, if we don't include them somewhere, they'll continue to stay missing, is my concern. And so that's just my thought on, like, I don't want to get rid of these. I'm not necessarily saying they need to be here, but I think it's important that they're included, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. I appreciate that. So just to clarify, and I like the analogy of thinking about it in the same vein as the resources conversation, because I was kind of thinking the same thing. So there may be elements that are included as a maybe principal recommendation, but there may be some design considerations that we include in an appendix. Would that work for you as long as they're all there?
I don't know yet, but yeah, that's kind
Okay.
of what I'm thinking. Yeah, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay. No, that's helpful. So clearly we don't want to lose anything that's of value and important and is calling out needs or new directions. And we can think more about how best and where to communicate that. Lorents.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate all three of the last people, Jonathan, Cole, Erin. I was looking at 2.5 and 2.6 is what it's on my paper, where Bear Aware program businesses. I don't understand what the purpose is there. And, you know, I think, like, for example, a dentist or a lawyer's office, or maybe a hair salon, or maybe a drive-through food. I mean, what good is it going to do them to become Bear Aware businesses? And also, we're talking about a list, and a list is going to be outdated within a month or two or three, and so I'm just not sure I see the point of that one. And the next one, develop maybe a map or something. I would guess that the agencies would be a little concerned about that from the perspective of liability. I mean, if they've got a map out there that says, you know, be careful in this area, and somebody gets hurt in another area that's not on the map, the government map, right? There could be some liability there, and so I don't think they're going to want to do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think that's a great point, Laura.
Yeah, thanks, Lorents, for framing those conversations and really helping us think about the implications of what those would mean and how they play out. So I think those are really good points just to continue to build out the conversation on those two additions. And then we've got this structural conversation happening too. Michele, where did you want to jump in?
Well, I appreciate everybody's thoughts, and I think they all have great weight. I can see going less specific, and I wrote the one about the bear-aware businesses, and I put in, what it would provide: guidelines, window stickers, promotional materials. The incentive for doing it would be being listed in the state tourism publications and have those stickers in the window that say bear aware. The idea behind it is that McDonald's drive-through is taking care of their garbage, and they're being aware of all of the things that might be attractants around their business. And they might also have information available to tourists or locals about bears and living in bear country. I think it's important to include that because, if I were hired as a state education coordinator for the grizzly bear and there were no thoughts or ideas for me to work from, I would be lost, and I would be so happy to have a list of possibilities. Now, these are recommendations. They're not set in stone. They're not, you must do this. It's just, these are recommendations that we have come up with as 18 people, kind of putting our heads together. And I would love this kind of guidance. Now, I could say establish a statewide program to create and certify bear-aware businesses, and they can decide from there what that means. But this would be incentive for businesses to get involved in the bear-aware communities. And I think it's important. I think it becomes a cooperation that would work. So I think that these should not be hidden in the appendix. I think there's no reason, if we can pare them down and make them less specific, that we couldn't list them in our recommendations, because all of this is important to the conservation of the grizzly bear, and I just don't want things hidden.
Okay. Thank you, Michele. Did you want to respond to that, Jonathan? We've got Robyn.
Jump in after Robyn. I just want to get back in line.
Okay.
My hand's up.
And, okay, so just keeping track of where people are, we're gonna go Robyn, Jonathan, Nick. Robyn?
So I'll just build on what Erin and Michele has said too. I think that we have identified some broad areas where we see that we would like as a council to make recommendations for the state to be proactive. Recreation and tourism is one of them, as far as conflict prevention and also outreach and education. We've identified that. So maybe if we can put those broader topics, in our actual recommendation, because I don't want that to be lost, and then make sure that all these great ideas we've had are captured as well somewhere in the document. I'd hate to see those go away. So I agree that I think the team can probably figure out some ways to capture those broader themes or broader topics. Again, recreation and tourism is something that the council has said we want to be proactive about. And then maybe we'll find a different place to put our some of these really good ideas. So I just don't want them to be lost either. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Robyn. I think people are saying, similar things here about not wanting to lose the really valuable content here. I think I'm hearing two things. One is that you guys have broad agreement on some really core principles around education and outreach and awareness building and how important that is in a variety of different ways. And the other thing that's really nice about a diverse council like this is you're all seeing different ways to turn that into actionable items. And so as long as those actionable items are consistent with that overarching theme or guidance, it seems like all of those things can fit together. I'm not hearing a lot of conflict here or inconsistency. Nick?
Well, I think everybody's kind of right here, but what I'm hearing, what Cole said is, these are the kind of things you build into a job description. I mean, basically we're recognizing that, this would be one full-time position at FWP who does this year-round, reaches out to all these constituencies. And, you know, we have a good department if we give it the resources, but it would put, maybe this being in the appendix or somewhere, just showing the scale of what that job will entail will help us get it through the legislature, frankly, because it's always hard to add staff, but this is needed, and this council's coming in and saying, we need this, so, but I understand what Cole's saying too. I mean, we don't want to make this too prescriptive. Let the agency write that job description. It'd be an attractive job, and I think you'd get good applicants for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there that, or just add that, I agree with, we don't want to lose good ideas, but still, what shows up in the recommendations and what shows up as sort of additional detail and content that might be important to consider. If 100 things are in the recommendations, it diminishes the individual importance of any given one.
Yep.
If 10 things are there, it's a way of designated priority. How much does something get, how strongly does something get looked at? And I think that's a critical role for the council. We can't, this is a way of ultimately saying, here's our real big rocks, and here's important things we don't want to lose, but you may, you know, the details of this suggestion may be valuable, maybe whoever's responsibility it ends up being is tweaked. Maybe there's plenty of things we're not going to have thought of. So I think it's just, this is a question of how will we demonstrate priority in the final recommendations.
So after hearing all of that, and those last two responses are great, I'm on a real similar way of thinking about that, and what I see the role of the synthesis team here is to synthesize the document. And so what my recommendation, and I guess my asking of the rest of the council is, are you comfortable if we were to go through and see that we have 10 different recommendations that are actually a guiding principle, that we acknowledge the diverse and ever-growing body of stakeholders who are interested in the grizzly bear conservation and continue to find ways to engage them in incentive-based cooperative conservation efforts. And if we were to say that in the guiding principles, that would just be understood that within education and outreach, we're supposed to look for all of those folks and constantly engage them in the best way possible. And just like Cole just mentioned, by doing that, we then have one recommendation that says, get an FTE who's coordinating this and making that their #1 priority. And they'll do much better than we're doing, throwing out lists of ideas, you know, among other considerations. So that's what I would see the role of the synthesis team to do. It's clear that we're never going to lose what we had before. That'll always be documented, and I think we'll work on a new document so nothing's lost. But that's what I would like to move forward with, is trying to identify what are actual recommendations, what can be summarized into guiding principles, and like Director Williams reinforced for us this morning, those are going to be more valuable to the managers than our individual recommendations. For us to say what's valuable to us, what are points of agreement and areas of recognition that they can work with within whatever frameworks they have in place, is going to be more helpful than the very detailed recommendations that we might come up with. So I guess I just ask of all of you if that's all right as far as moving forward in that way.
Michelle's got her hand. I think Heath wants to make a comment too. So Heath?
Yeah, I really like that idea, and I don't know if maybe we could just make a suggestion that, you know, so that we don't lose where we can find the information and the details. You know, I really like the idea of having, as Cole mentioned, maybe 10, whatever, however many, a smaller number, but then when it gets to the details, it's been mentioned, maybe put them in an appendix for just footnote, you know, see wherever in the appendix, so somebody who maybe has this position as a reading through, it's easy for them to go back and find, well, this was related to connectivity, or this is related to education, or whatever. They can just easily find that reference stuff.
Good. Can I just real Yes, thanks, Heath. Jonathan wants to jump back in, and then Michelle's got her hand up, so this is in response, so go ahead, Jonathan.
And I think that's a great idea, and like, I think we've been using the appendix as just a catch-all. I don't like that use of it, but I think a great one would be an explanation of our guiding principles, where it's a list of all of those things. You know, if here's one that's engaging and acknowledging stakeholders, these 50 different ideas led to this guiding principle. And so that's where we could justify where we came up with these and all the fantastic ideas that led us there.
Michele?
I appreciate all the thoughts, but I'm kind of uncomfortable with this. I guess if we're going to make these real broad generalizations for FWP so they can pretty much do what they wish, which I believe in flexibility, but I also wonder, what are we doing here? Why are we here as a council if we're just going to write something broad so FWP and the other agencies can just kind of do what they've always been doing? Or I guess I feel like we're here to throw out some ideas. We're a different think tank. So I do think those ideas are important. I am concerned about guiding principles being too general, and maybe not, like if we have a guiding principle of one thing and then we have recommendations that's related to it, maybe they'll do the recommendation but not the guiding principle. Or maybe they'll do the guiding principle but insert their own recommendation. I guess I want to be clear about what we're saying and the ideas that we have. I don't feel like we're forcing anything on FWP. I mean, they'll take what they want and leave what they don't want. But to make it so general, I guess I wonder what we've been working on all these weeks. So I'm uncomfortable with the idea of this, because I just feel like we put a lot of work into coming up with ideas that FWP wouldn't come up with because they're not us. So I'm not feeling good about it.
Thanks, Michele. I think Darren wanted to jump in.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I don't think things get lost in appendix. I want a streamlined document that is going to give straight, direct, actionable items to Fish and Game. In this section, we can say, see Appendix A for ideas and discussion points about bear-aware communities, just like Michele's comments, or even Robyn's comments. They're going to be captured, and you can identify them. Now, education coordinator, now entrepreneur that wants to start a bear business, go to there in this public document and find it. But if we break it down into a bunch of minutia, it becomes minutia, and the actionable items and the things that we see are very important are not the focus. The minutia is the focus. And so I appreciate your comment, Michele. I don't want to lose anything either. I think we said from the very start that we need to capture every document, everything, because we never know. We might go back to the board game that was the second meeting. I mean, I'm not making fun of that game, because it's a neat idea. My point is, minutia does not translate to that. And any appendix should not be just a catch-all. It's cited, it's documented, and it moves forward. So we have a 3-page document. The appendixes may not always transfer with it, but they know where to go to get it. And that's just a personal thing.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please go ahead, Michele.
No, I definitely see what you're saying, Darren. When we refused to allow the hunting stuff to be an appendix because we were afraid it was going to get lost, where we don't have consensus, but all these things where we do have consensus, we want to bury them in the appendix. And I know you don't think they're buried, but I do. I mean, most people read through, the main document, and there are people that'll go to the appendix and look and see where we're coming from. But if the appendix wasn't good enough for the hunting where we didn't reach consensus, how can it be good enough for things that we are reaching consensus on?
I can respond.
Michele, I guess this is cool. The role of hunting, I think we're creating this 5th category because it was it's gonna be substantial council input and dialogue around an issue of significant social disagreement within these categories. And so for me, somehow we've got to communicate priority in our recommendations. There's a lot of important things, but which ones are the most urgent and the biggest rocks? And somehow we've got, I think this is just a question of designating what do we feel, not only, we might have consensus on a lot of things that just aren't, we all think it's good, but maybe it's not nearly the relative priority of something else. And, so for me, our discussion around the role of hunting rises to the top as a really major important thing, because it's 80% of the public comments online, and there's obviously significant social disagreement, and even though we can't come to a consensus, it sort of deserves prominence. And it seems to me like there's quite a bit of areas where we have consensus that respond to areas of significant social disagreement and uncertainty that we really want to highlight, and some other areas where we may have consensus, but overall it's not quite as important. And we don't lose those, but we can, we can place them later because they're details. The other thing I wanted to just mention, Michelle, in response to your first comment, is that all of these are, FWP and the state does not have to do anything with our recommendations. They are just that. I don't think we're decreasing flexibility for them by giving some specific ideas. All of these are recommendations.
And Michelle, this is Nick, maybe we could take, getting all of these things done here is contingent, frankly, on having the person there to do it. And maybe we could take these 11 or 12 things here and write that into that recommendation of what that person will do. In other words, this comprehensive bearware and education coordinator, who will structure a program. Maybe one or two sentences we could take a stab at, because it's such a comprehensive program. And secondly, your comment about what we're doing here, it will take us showing up at the legislature to get that position through. And just saying this is something that this council said was important and are some of the resources we need to address these issues. So I certainly respect what you're saying, Michelle, but I think maybe we could write that into a simple two-sentence addition to the header of number 2.
So if I could ask a question of Martha really quick. Sarah Silty had this job of going around doing all this stuff, and she worked for various agencies. So do you see this position being kind of like that, but actually full-time?
I don't know if I can answer that. I haven't been following closely enough this position. I'm going to see if someone else can answer better. I think we are learning what these positions can do best. And I think Sarah's been really effective, and that position has been effective. I haven't asked Ken and everybody else if we create these positions, if that's exactly what we would do and replicate. I think we're learning as we go, and I think we're seeing these positions are a combination of education, information, education, outreach, working with the communities, and a combination of technical expertise and even tech work. So I'm not answering you. I don't know exactly. But I wonder if we, I guess I would ask that back, do we need to know exactly yet? And I'm open to suggestions. And Ken, I don't know if Ken is on the call right now too. I know he had a wildlife managers meeting today. But I think along the lines of what Sarah's doing, actually And Danielle, what she's been doing that's different, but they've both been really helpful. So I think part of it is just that we're learning on the fly on what these positions can do and where they can be most effective.
Great. Thank you, Martha. That was helpful, and it makes me think about maybe something Nick was saying. Maybe the role and the value of this committee is to think about, well, what is the role and value of like Danielle's and Sarah's role historically, and how can you learn from that and provide some forward-looking recommendations that kind of make some of the tweaks or adjustments or expansion in roles that you guys think are most important in a way that kind of captures that in a comprehensive programmatic way, and then figure out how to include some of these details as additional guidance or input moving forward. Erin, you wanted to jump in, and then Robyn.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for folks. I'm wondering if there is a place within the guiding principles for us to have a piece on education and our discussion around it, in that we identified a serious need and a lack of resources to support that need. And I'm not sure what this would say exactly, but for those thinking about this new kind of format that we've talked about, is there a place to support or bolster this recommendation in particular inside of our guiding principles as well? So my thought is, can we have something in the guiding principles? Can we have a recommendation, and then also attach an appendix with more specifics to that? So I'm just kind of playing with that idea right now.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of thumbs up and nods here in the room. I think that's very consistent with the conversation we had yesterday. How do we take elements of these recommendations to inform guiding principles that are a little bit overarching and shape the broader conversation? And then how do we drill down into a specific actionable item that is the recommendation? And then where we have that additional detailed information that can provide input and guidance on moving that recommendation forward, I think that's the remaining question. Where do we go from there? And Robyn, you want to jump in?
Yep, thank you. A lot of what I was going to say has already been covered. I got a little bit confused starting way back when Jonathan was talking, and what you guys can't see, those of you in the room, I don't think, except maybe Trina, because she's on chat with us. There had been a comment about a discussion y'all had at breakfast, and it was about interest as opposed to positions. And I kind of got a little bit confused for a few minutes, because I was kind of where Michele was. Well, then are we not making recommendations? But I think we've talked through that. Martha made some comments trying to help me understand in the chat box, help me understand what was discussed this morning at breakfast. And so I think I understand about interest or better than positions. I totally get that. I think we all know that hunting is controversial. We've come up with an idea about how we can move forward. Obviously, we got more talking to do about that. So where I'm going with this now is that, I guess, kind of back to where we were about 5 minutes ago. I think if we have these overarching recommendations that have surfaced during our presentations since last September, when we started this journey, there are some things that have become very obvious to us, and that some of the bear specialists have certainly indicated are missing pieces. And I just think we need to be careful as a council to go ahead and try to capture all that. And then I trust our team. We're going to have guiding principles are going to work. We're going to have those details that we need to make sure we don't lose any of that, because I would agree with Michele in that, these are things that surface during our very thoughtful work together. And I just, again, will restate, let's not lose all that. But at the same time, let's be smart and efficient. And consolidated.
Yeah, thanks, Robyn. You're just cutting out there at the end, so I'm gonna jump back in and just say thanks for those contributions. I think that's exactly right. We're going to take everything that's come before, and I think our challenge and our need is to move that conversation forward, so to reflect back on what that's telling us, to put it into this new structure, and to find a way that really captures your priorities and your key messages and those key lessons in a way that is communicated clearly and effectively. And I feel like we're taking those steps forward. I don't think anyone's wanting to lose the insight and the input, because that's what's informing these next steps. It's really just making sure that we do that in a way that is clearly communicated. Trina, I want to look to you. We've got about half an hour before lunch. Do you think we can make it through the rest of the highlighted areas? How many more do we have?
We have a few more, not very many,
We have a few more.
but considering our track record, we should get done sometime in December.
Well,
Let's push on.
Let's push on. These are important conversations, because we do want to make sure that we're clarifying any interests or concerns or conflicts and providing good guidance moving forward. That is our focus. So not wordsmithing, but just these interests.
Okay,
Next one.
the next one is under grizzly bear distribution. The very first one, it's number 3 on my screen. I don't know what it is on your paper. Grizzly bears should be managed to meet the recovery population goals within the existing recovery areas, with opportunities to move between these areas in connectivity zones. The rewrite says, management should sustain population and habitat goals while provisioning for movement between recovery zones. So what I want from the council is an approval of the rewrite to replace the original.
Works for me.
I just don't like provision.
Me.
That means
Provisioning is a weird word.
providing.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I don't understand what provisioning means there.
So the recommendation in the room was to change provisioning to providing for.
Well, how are we going to provide for? I mean, the original sentence talked about connectivity zones, and you know how I feel about that. That's something that you probably could provide for a connectivity zone, but I mean theoretically, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about colonization, really, and so I don't know. Provisioning just doesn't make sense to me.
So are you okay with providing for movement?
There's another suggestion of changing providing for to allow movement between recoveries. Is that closer?
That's
Erin? Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
well, that's better. Yeah. I mean, that's more realistic.
Yeah, just a quick, hate me today. Yeah, just a quick comment about that. I think as we go through 3, I thought that some of the wording as the synthesis team starts writing this is to go back to Chuck's part of his vision that we tried to work in there and work in some of that wording, because I don't understand what provisioning means. We did a lot of work, and Chuck did a lot of vetting on some of that connectivity and that kind of thing, and maybe we can work that together as a synthesis team there, please.
I was just gonna say, I think this is a restatement of our vision statement, and it's not really a specific recommendation. I wonder if it is essentially identical. I think this is the sort of thing the synthesis team, I think, can take a run at.
That sounds good to me. I agree with you.
Did you say Robyn? Robyn, did you want to jump in?
Yep, thank you. I would just say that I can support the change as long as we, make sure we keep the spirit of the, the first statement. I think some wordsmithing can make that happen. I do think that's an interesting, observation. It might be part of vision, and, I think that'll be something the team should look at. Thanks.
Good.
Okay.
Erin?
I'm gonna lower my hand.
Sorry, we enjoyed that. Darren?
Just because we may be getting close to pulling off grizzly bear distribution, one note I did on another reread last night is number 5 in this section. I thought there was wording initially that said it was mutually acceptable or mutually beneficial about suitable relocation zones. We sure don't want to encourage relocation where there's certain pushback by landowners or always having issues. I thought that was a common theme we had as a group, that it should be mutually beneficial on these relocation zones or these release zones or whatever we're going to call them. So just a quick discussion for the synthesis team, please.
Okay.
Can I raise my hand again?
Go ahead, Erin.
So mutually beneficial is problematic to me to some degree, just because of, I don't really understand what that means, right? So, whether that's coming from the community or from the bears, I mean, I think there's different pieces of that. So I feel like if that is gonna go in there, I think it needs to be more specific. And I'm not sure, I thought the intent of what this is trying to do is already in, maybe further down or in a different section about, working with the communities to, help identify these. It might have gotten deleted as far as in some of the combining of things.
In a parenthetical there, Erin, in that same one, I don't know if you have it. If you want to scroll back up, Trina. So it does say create plans, parenthetical, working with appropriate agencies, communities, landowners, end parentheses, to establish suitable relocation occupation areas.
So I feel like we don't need mutually beneficial. I just don't, for me, I think that that's just unnecessary and also just quite confusing.
I would say, instead of mutually beneficial, I would say establish appropriate, maybe, relocation, occupation areas in Montana, because biologically suitable does not always mean appropriate. Or socially acceptable. But we don't have to put all those words in there, I just mean appropriate and suitable. Or suitably appropriate.
I didn't mean to rework everything, I was just throwing out ideas.
Does the parenthetical part get it, all of that, though? If you're working with the appropriate agencies, communities, and landowners to establish suitable relocation, is that getting at all of those elements, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You're good? I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Can we move on?
Anything online, Charlie? Good.
Rolling.
Scrolling. Oh, look, Trina's rolling.
All right, don't look at number 8, because we talked about it yesterday and we're not touching it. So on my screen, okay, we're under connectivity now. Number 9 and 11, we also talked about yesterday, and, I think it was Cole that said that should be in the guiding principles instead of a recommendation.
Number
Don't look at me like you're confused.
Number 9?
11 was specifically, it's not a recommendation.
It's not,
Something's missing.
Yeah, it's not the same
It's not
in the paper.
There was an addition that's number 9 on the printed out version, and number 10 is on your number 9 is our number 10.
Okay.
So there's an addition here that's missing on the screen. can read it if you want.
Here. See that?
Isn't this a repeat? Isn't this new number 9 a repeat of what we just talked about?
Specifically calls out connectivity zones.
I agree with you, Erin.
Yeah.
Can somebody explain why they added it? Whoever did that?
I don't know who added it, but to me, it reads specifically in connectivity zones, so it's a little different, Erin, is how I read it. Not just general areas in the state.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
That came out in the World Cafe session in the notes. And that was sort of a step forward that in the afternoon from group 3 and 4 in the World Cafe session where they were getting more specific around where potential new relocation sites could be established, and it really got to what Lorents' concern has continued to be around, we've been talking about where bears should be, but what about where bears shouldn't be? And so what else was discussed was that new relocation sites should not be established outside of connectivity areas, and so that's sort of the nuance of that one.
I think these are I think they are the same issue, what we just dealt with in, grizzly bear distribution, number 5, versus this addition we're talking about that shows up on a hard copy and not on the screen. But essentially, we sidestepped in the vision statement any specifics about exactly where is some line. And we just simply said these 4 recovery zones where we want to see full recovery, and then we talked about landscapes in between in terms of facilitating connectivity. We haven't anywhere so far as I know defined it any further than that. I think what this is attempting to say is that somewhere in between, somewhere within the landscapes in between, on remote public lands, FWP should work together with the public land agencies and local communities to just identify acceptable relocation sites. And we may have to get something a little bit more specific. I'm not sure that we do, but we have to sort of allude to they should do that in the landscapes in between. They should identify these sites in the landscapes in between. And I'm not sure if we have to come up with a way of referring to the landscapes in between or not, but I think these two are both that. I remember, I think we actually had some really good discussion in the World Cafe sessions on this, and in my mind, it's if we had 10 recommendations to make, this is one of the biggest needs. And so it is an important issue, and I think, I just want to say both of the ones we've just been talking about, I think are the same thing. We just need to figure out kind of how to boil it down, consolidate it, and how to refer to it. And once again, I would suggest that the synthesis team take a run at it, and then run it back by us.
Good. Michele? And then Lorents.
Actually, Lorents was first. I dropped my hand.
Oh, okay, thanks, Michele. Lorents?
I would just second what Cole said. Landscapes in between is what's in the vision statement, and we need to get rid of connectivity zones or that type of connectivity area, whatever. Get rid of that throughout the whole document, and use landscapes in between, or if the team can come up with something better, that may be fine too.
Good, thank you for supporting that. Looks like everyone's in agreement that we've got input on that, we'll move that forward to the synthesis team. Trina?
The threat from increasing climate change, also not a recommendation.
13.
13 under content.
Under what? Got it, okay.
So I think yesterday, Cole, maybe you brought up that this might not be a recommendation and could be one of the guiding principles or somewhere else. that,
Yeah, I was just suggesting that
preamble.
this may be something that goes in the preamble. It's certainly something that came up in the, you know, it's not a, it came up in quite a, some of the scientists that were presenting their views on long-term risk to the grizzly bear populations in public comment, and we've received some handouts in our meetings, and it's not a minority opinion either. I mean, this is a major concern, throughout wildlife conservation. It's not something we're gonna solve as a council, but I think it's worth alluding to as in the preamble, that this is an important, you know, our landscape is experiencing changes, and I think we could make reference to the fact that we have a place in the state where the dialogue is happening. It's in a similar way, there's a section here of recommendations on transportation, and I think we ought to, as a council, make reference to Montana's for Safe Wildlife Passage, and just nod that our council recognizes there's a place in where that discussion has been happening in detail, and honor that.
Great, thanks, Cole. So Trina, just wanted to make sure you captured those two references in addition to replacing these. One was the Safe Wildlife Passage, the other was the Montana Climate Action Council or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it's called. Climate Solutions Task Force. Or Climate Solutions Task Force. Any additional conversation on that piece? Does that make sense?
Michelle's got her hand up.
Michele?
Yeah, I think climate change should actually be in the guiding principles, because I think it is something we're really going to need to think about in making decisions. I'm not comfortable with going with another group and saying we support what they say. I would say, you know, we should make recommendations and have our thoughts, and they're welcome to use them or not. You know, I'm not comfortable with using a group that doesn't even have, you know, finalized recommendations yet, and saying, let's just let them do what they're doing. So I would just like to make a guiding principle about climate change, and maybe not include other groups that we're not really familiar with.
Michele, what would your guiding principle about climate change be?
You know, I hate to try to wordsmith on the fly, but I would say something like climate change is, should be a huge component, or should be considered, or the effects of climate change should be considered when making decisions on grizzly bear conservation, or something like that. Just that it should be something that's thought about when moving ahead in grizzly conservation. Because
I would be really surprised if that's I mean, I'll bet you that would find broad support amongst council members. Just that, and that is kind of what I'm suggesting, is that climate change is such a huge topic. I don't think our council can tackle it other than to say that it's an important consideration. And whether that's a principle or a statement of truth in the preamble, I certainly support what you just said. But I think that it would, you know, the detail of that, the specific entity is the Montana Climate Solutions Council, and they are looking at this in detail. Maybe it's a separate question of whether we should reference other groups as a council. I'm not certain, but we should at least acknowledge that we know it exists.
I just wanted to throw support to that as well in the preamble, which I'm understanding is affirmations and acknowledgement of truth. I think that's a great spot for it, and just to continue to understand the changing landscape, both socially, environmentally, and through management too. So I think that's great, Michele, that we have that in there, and it is something that's a real big picture that should be considered in every recommendation.
So what is the difference between a guiding principle and a statement of truth?
I don't know if there is a big difference in this, at least in this context. I don't have a strong feeling. I'll ask around the room, but I mean, whether you say as a principle that climate change is an important consideration in grizzly bear conservation, or whether you name that in the preamble, I'm not sure it's too much different. To me, it's pretty similar. saying we think this is a comprehensive, important consideration across the board, so I don't really care where it goes.
Any other thoughts on where that goes? Does that feel more like a task for the synthesis team to make a recommendation and bring that back? Or do you guys want to have additional conversation around just now?
I was just gonna, since you asked, I guess, I was just gonna say a gut feeling of mine is the preamble, but I don't really have a strong feeling, it's just kind of what my gut tells me, I guess.
Yeah, this is Lawrence. I think,
Not like I'm, but,
I was gonna ask you why is your gut feeling that way?
well, just like the way we've talked about, the preamble just being a place for acknowledgement of the way things are, true, I mean, just, that's how it is, so, to me, that's where it fits.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Lawrence and then Erin?
yeah, I'm comfortable with having that in the preamble. I'm probably not comfortable with having it as a recommendation. I mean, one of our biggest things here is to get money, resources to do things relative to grizzly bears. And if this is part of a recommendation, I worry that in some kind of climate change legislation that might come up before the legislature, they're going to be looking for money too. And I'd sure hate to have anybody steal some of our money.
Great, thanks, Lawrence. That's useful perspective on the issue. Erin?
Yeah, I'm not, sure where this goes. I think it can go in the guidelines. One thing I wanted to just say is that I'm not sure we should list other groups, Cole, and the reason I say that is because it kind of gets to Jonathan's point earlier about if we list, we're going to leave somebody out, and I think I worry a little bit about that. So I would just say if we can find the best place for this that everybody can agree on, that's great. And at this point, I don't know that I would list other entities in relation to it.
Thanks, Erin. That's useful too, just thinking about what the limitations of that might be.
Maybe that's what I meant.
All right, Trina?
She's capturing the comment.
Her subconscious is.
Yeah, exactly. Who's typing?
Might be why I'm not a newspaper editor anymore. All right, this one should be an easy one. Number 4 in the transportation one. I don't remember what it said before. I think it said conservation easements, and that was it. And so now it says encourage voluntary incentive-based conservation in areas identified as important to wildlife passage. Everybody cool with that?
Wait, where are we at? Oh, it's our 14.4.
14.4 on this document.
14.4, which says wording change.
Is
I have
that,
a note here.
is that relative to passage like across a railroad track or across an interstate or whatever?
Yes.
That should be maybe made a little more specific.
It's a subheading under Montana DOT and Federal Railroad Administration.
Yeah, maybe that's good enough.
Another option for that is to live as a principle in thinking about private lands and, in the landscapes in between, voluntary incentive-based conservation being an important tool. I mean, it could live pretty well as a principle there, and then if we want to call it out specifically with related, relation to crossings or whatever, we can do that too.
I think it's actually in there a few times under different things.
So do you want to just make a note there, Trina, that voluntary incentive-based conservation piece might become a principle? Darren, did you have a note on that one?
Yeah, I did it. That was where we're going. We're good.
Okay. Anyone else? Trina?
Those we talked about yesterday. Agriculture. It's number 21. We added, or we didn't add, someone on council added, we encourage the Natural Resources Conservation Service State Director to modify conservation practice definitions to make carcass pickup and composting, electric fencing, and range riding eligible for federal NRCS funding.
Erin?
Just a quick question, Cole. I think is this yours?
Yeah.
Are we sure that the state director is who would do that?
Well, as I look at this right now, I kind of think that it's a little too specific, but
Yeah,
it
I'm
wasn't
wondering.
be reworded, because in this case, I was actually intending it to be the federal, the overall NRCS director. And I'm thinking about Martha's comments yesterday. I recognize we're making recommendations to the state. I still think that the council basically recognizing that federal sources of funding are going to be important too. I think it's worth saying that on private lands, the NRCS is one of the most important funders. And currently, that funding doesn't apply very well to large carnivores.
Yeah.
And so we could be less specific than this, but essentially say sources of federal funding for conservation of wildlife on, that involve private lands, should be made to account for grizzly bear conservation practices.
And I think we should call out, I think saying NRCS is important. I don't know if we say that as an example or what, but I agree, Cole. I think because this is a potential opportunity, I think if we could be a little specific as far as just that, it may be good.
To put a for example in there, I mean, these are, like, this is something we're considering writing a SIG for right now, either federally or state, and so it's an active project. But I guess, yeah, it's something that outlives this specific topic. It's really more about if grizzly bear conservation, large carnivore conservation is going to be a priority, then we need to try to make sure that all sources of funding can be made eligible for those needs. And
could we direct this to our local representatives? I mean, could we say something like we encourage the state to, yeah, Martha.
We can basically say we encourage our federal delegation, our congressional delegation in the state to ensure that federal sources of funding account for this need. I know I keep changing the words, but I'm sort of just asking, as we're making comments on this and the synthesis team takes a look at it, that's the spirit of this.
But we can ask the state to partner with NRCS and other federal agencies to pursue opportunities like this, which would be less of a director to federal agencies and other state partners.
So I don't know if you heard that, Erin. Did you hear Caroline comment?
No.
I'm gonna ask her to repeat it.
Erin, can you, what
There's a little delay once it's turned on.
I was saying, was just, we could urge the state and NGOs to partner with NRCS and other federal agencies to pursue opportunities, for example, like this. And that way we're including that, we're making a recommendation to the state. But it is a great opportunity.
I just want to, so Erin, does that provide enough specificity? I think you were saying there was a real opportunity here on this one, and it seems like it's a balancing act of finding kind of the general sentiment that Cole's articulating and that Caroline's articulating, and then also if there's a specific opportunity with NRCS, not to lose that. Erin, does that make sense? Sorry.
Yeah, I just don't want it to move to resources, if possible, unless, depending on how that all falls out, as far as how our resources section falls out, I think this is important enough and active enough, and relevant enough right now that it should be under agriculture.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Michele?
Yeah, I think it should stay in agriculture as well, because it is kind of, trying to create a way to build funding for those those types of conflict prevention. It is kind of related to funding, but it's really more wording and definitions. So I think it actually should be here. But I don't think as a council, we should shy away from making recommendations to things outside the state, because the Grizzlies are a huge piece. And I realize that we are Montana and we're working within Montana, but I'd love to hear from Hillary, if she's around. Is there anything wrong with making recommendations that federal agencies might act upon? I also think our governor might be in the federal world soon, and you know, I would not shy away from throwing some things out that are in the federal realm.
Hillary's not on, but Jody is.
Jody, or any of the other federal partners online, or maybe that's a question for if Martha or Charlie are on. Is it appropriate for the council to make recommendations to other entities? I mean,
So I think Martha, this is Jody. I think Martha touched on this yesterday. You know, these are recommendations for Montana, and our responsibilities are for the range of the species. But I will say that if you make recommendations, we are seriously going to consider them as a part of what we're trying to do to manage bears moving on, especially ones that are about collaborative efforts, right? As far as conservation practices, looking for more fund sources. Those are things we already do. So to me, this is just reinforcing, you know, the things that we're already trying to make happen. So I don't see an issue with it. Other federal folks can speak up if they do, or anyone else, I guess.
thank you, Jody. I appreciate you weighing in. Anyone else want to jump in on that from the agencies, FWP? Good. Nick?
Yeah, I think there is value in this because I've worked on this issue before, and we never know necessarily which agency to go to for some of these efforts. Sometimes we're like, well, let's go to NRCS, let's go to Interior and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I don't know if we want a broad, overarching statement just saying federal partners, if we do want to get more specific.
It sounds to me like, just kind of wrapping this together, Erin, correct me if I'm wrong here, or anyone else, but we can have a principle that basically just says, look, the grizzly bear goes beyond Montana. This is and in that way, it's a national question, and so we encourage, you know, federal funding wherever possible to support grizzly bear conservation, to support folks on the ground. That's sort of a principle, and then I think like Erin said, there's an urgency and an opportunity now to make a recommendation that NRCS conservation practices be made relevant to grizzly bears. Seems to me like there's two things here.
Okay, so let's just capture those as two different ideas, and how we advance those moving forward can be a task for the writing team. It's getting to be a long way. Just looking at the time and wanting to respect our time here for getting nourishment, taking a break, stretching our legs, as well as those online that are joining us and thinking that they want to follow along. We did include a break from noon to 1 for lunch, so let's go ahead and hit the pause button now, refresh ourselves, nourish ourselves, come back ready to continue working through these. We're getting close, right, Trina? Working through all the highlights, yeah. So we're almost through all those different pieces. I think we are making really good progress, providing a lot of useful input and guidance to the synthesis team. So if you're on that team, be thinking about any place else where you're really wanting guidance before we leave today. So, thanks for a great morning, good conversation, and we'll see you in an hour. Oh, Heather.
Just one thing for folks to be thinking about over lunch is that we're gonna spend some time this afternoon around next steps and roles, and like Sean said this morning, we want everyone to have a role to play in moving forward. So if you can just give some thought to what that might be for yourself. There are a few that volunteer for the synthesis team or being the liaison, but for the rest of you, how do you see yourselves engaged in this process in the next couple of months to the finish line?
Yeah, thank you, Heather. And I saw a note from Erin there. We started a conversation yesterday around synthesis team in concept. This morning, a little bit over breakfast, we just started talking about people's interest in being on that. So there were a few people that either volunteered or were being asked to join that. We haven't finalized that list yet, but we'll come to that after lunch and really make sure that everyone has clear direction on what's next. And this is our chance to say goodbye to Greg. Thanks, Greg, for joining us.
Bye, Greg.
Bye, Greg.
I hope to get back later on this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, all right, thanks, guys. Enjoy your lunch. See you in an hour.
Got there. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Urban Armor is what they call it, UAG, Under Armour gear, Urban Armor gear. I can use it for underwear.
Good afternoon to everyone that's on the Zoom Grizzly Bear Advisory Council meeting or watching on YouTube. Just a quick update to let you know that we did ask the council members to go grab lunch outside of the hotel venue, and so some of them are still coming back. We anticipate starting up in the next 10-15 minutes, but just wanted to give you that heads up. So stay tuned, we'll be back shortly.
Are you zoomed in?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way there.
That's weird. Hello?
Zoomed in.
Oh, look.
There's no way there.
I'm muted.
Trina, we can hear you.
Okay, we're ready
Good.
to go.
I'm trying to turn on my video, but I don't know why it won't turn on. Oh, here we go.
We're ready to go.
Here we are.
This is Lawrence, can you hear me?
Hi, Lawrence. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I had to reboot.
Oh, okay. Well, we can hear you now. It looks like Trina's on her phone trying to zoom in from the restaurant, so they're saying hi from there. Trina, how close do you guys think you are from being back?
I'm guessing we should be back in 10 to 15.
Okay.
Most people are done eating.
Okay.
So
No, that's
we
a
should
helpful
be there
update.
momentarily.
All right. We
I'm still waiting
anxiously
on
await your
text.
return. We'll see you in
So-
10 to 15.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Sit down. forget.
All right, just a quick update for you, those of you tuning in remotely, the council members are filtering back into the room here, probably 5 minutes away from returning to discussion, so about 5-minute warning.
All right, folks, welcome back from lunch. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Thanks for a really productive discussion this morning. We will pick it up. I wanna just kind of run through what we've got for the rest of the afternoon. We'll hear from Vivica, who's been monitoring the public comments coming in, so she'll give us an update in terms of any public comments that have come in from last night through now. And then we'll probably have about an hour and 15 minutes where we can engage in additional discussion, pick up from the document. There are a couple more highlighted areas that we want to bring attention to, and then see what priority areas you guys want to continue having discussion around as a large group. And when we get there, we can talk about some of those ideas. And then I want to do a hard and fast stop at 3 o'clock to make sure that we've got a solid hour to talk about roles and responsibilities and the work in the next really 4 to 5 weeks before the next July meeting. What's going to happen, who's going to be doing what does that timeline look like? So that's how we're going to spend the next basically 3 hours. We'll adjourn at 4. So, Vivica, are you back with us from lunch?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you share what the comments are?
Hi, Vivica.
Thanks for monitoring these.
Sure. So it's been a slow morning. We've actually only had one comment since Dylan went through the overview from yesterday. So and it's a long one. It's actually a long letter that was submitted by the Ruby Valley Strategic Alliance. And I would encourage, as you guys have been doing, you to look through these comments. This was a really lengthy one with a lot of substance to it. So thank you to those folks for taking the time to submit that as well. I don't want to try to paraphrase it, but I thought maybe just a kind of a few high points from that comment. Again, it came in just about an hour ago. They wanted to thank the council for the commitment to looking for a long-term vision for bear conservation and management, and for being so representative and thoughtful of a variety of viewpoints. One of the big points, I think, in their comments letter there was that they really touched on urgency for ranchers and livestock losses in the Ruby Valley, but also working towards a balance between sustaining that ranching landscape and also the conservation of bears, seeing how both of those were so connected and so important. So again, there's many paragraphs, and that was a very short summary, but that one is a fresh comment. It's there. Take a look. And then this afternoon, obviously there's still a few hours of the meeting ahead, so I'll keep an eye to the comments in case we see others come in, and if there's enough more that comes in, maybe there'll be a chance to touch base at the end of the day, but otherwise you have that link to review the comments as well. So thank you guys.
Thanks, Vivica. If there's anything that comes in that feels really relevant for the council to discuss in the moment, it would be helpful if you just sent a chat to Charlie so he could flag us for it. Sure. That would be great.
Yep, we'll do.
Thanks so much. And I saw that Dylan sent out a link for a new public comment portal because the other one had reached capacity, so you should all have that. So now there's 2 links. Cole, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to make just an additional plug for the Ruby Valley Strategic Alliance. It's a really thoughtful group that includes ranchers from that area. It includes the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, Montana Wilderness Association, and the Conservation District, Trout Unlimited. Just the list of partners is probably 20 to 30 organizations long, and it's also one of the areas that is most in the immediate path of grizzly bear expansion. So it's a really thoughtful, respectful group of stakeholders that are right in the middle of exactly what we're talking about. So I just want to put in a plug that it's a really important letter to look at. And I also have it as an attachment to an email. I can share it that way too, but it sounds like they uploaded it in public comment.
Thanks, Cole.
Send it out.
Thanks.
It's a very well written public comment. with a lot of recommendations and a lot of thought that went into this document. I think everybody should take an opportunity to really dig into this one.
And for public, listening online that they don't have access to all of the public comments, I know that Dylan had mentioned yesterday that they're in process of organizing all of them into a PDF that will be available on the council website. So you might not have immediate access to this particular comment, but it will be up for public viewing as well shortly, maybe by the end of the week. Is that fair to say, Vivica?
Yes, it is. We were working on some of that just here this morning. So I think probably by the end of the week, it should be there.
Great, thanks so much.
Oh, you're gonna email it?
Michelle?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I just read their letter and it was really well written, and it speaks to some of our recommendations. And one particular thing I was interested in is they link conflict prevention practices to compensation and multipliers. And that's something that's been a discussion point with us. So I thought I would throw that out. I'm also curious, Heather, when I expressed some concerns this morning, when would be the best time to do that?
I'm sorry, the best time to do what?
Well, I wanted to know if there's going to be time to look over the document more. I noticed some things that were missing from the consolidated document, the original consolidated document. I'd like to talk about those. So yeah,
Okay. Sure. So any other comments about public comments? And then we'll get to that, Michelle. Okay. So I appreciate Vivica and those in the room that have had a chance to read the letter from the Ruby Valley Association, and I appreciate not trying to summarize or paraphrase, but really encouraging people to take a look at the full letter, given it sounds like there were some really thoughtful sentiments in there that would be helpful as you continue forward with the recommendations. So as far as how we want to spend really from now until 3 o'clock, it's really about how do you want to prioritize your time all together. And so I know that we have a couple more highlighted sections in the consolidated document. There are pieces that Michele wants to bring up that she feels are missing from there. So we can spend time doing that now, and then we'll see how much time we have left. I know that from yesterday and even a little bit today, there was still conversation around wanting to make sure that there's some space for talking about where bears should not be. So Lorents continues to raise that. There's been some mention of it, but not real opportunity to dig into conversation around it. And then perhaps also around remote habitat. And I know there was some mention about maybe that could be a guiding principle or included in the preamble, but is there more conversation around those two areas that are needed today, along with any other pressing priority areas? So, Trina, are you able to get us back to the document? Maybe give the baby back to Kristen?
Give the baby back.
Sounds like a rap song's about to come out.
No, I was thinking.
He's the Lorax. The Lorax.
Step back from the flowers, get back the baby.
So
Cut down my tree.
So if you could go back to sharing your screen.
Yeah, amazing.
Did you say you didn't get to hold the baby yet?
I said I haven't heard a peep.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you want to hold the baby?
The newest edition of council members. So Trina's pulling up her screen.
Heather, this is Lawrence. We just did the NRCS one, and then we kind of broke for lunch.
Yep.
Just before that, on the sheet that I have is another red one having to do with the Livestock Loss Board Trust Fund. I don't think that was on Trina's, on mine it's 21.1.
You're right, Lawrence, and she moved that, I caught that too, and she moved that under resources, so I think we'll get to that, right? Yeah. So, thanks for mentioning that. She moved it from the document that most of us have in front of us, so.
And we don't have to keep it in resources. If you guys want to move it back to ag, that's perfectly fine, but it was about funding, and so I moved it with the other funding thing that we had about livestock loss.
Do you want to go to that one?
I just wanted to be sure it didn't get lost.
Thank you, thank you. While she's finding it, I'll read it. It's 21.1 under agriculture on the document that the public has access to, which is dated June 6th, on the council website, and it's also the one that was emailed around, and most people in the room have copies of it. We encourage the Montana legislature to fully fund the Livestock Loss Board Trust Fund. This would increase the Livestock Loss Board's capacity to provide grants for grizzly bear conflict prevention, as well as to increase the adequacy of its livestock loss compensation program to help offset unconfirmed losses and indirect costs. So that's an addition.
Where is it on the document?
21.1 on page 6.
Hold on, I'm getting there. I went past it. Oh, there it is. It's 45 on the screen.
I assume that unconfirmed losses and indirect costs refers to some kind of a multiplier.
Yeah, so, basically the two components of that, unconfirmed losses, meaning animals likely lost to carnivores but not confirmed, right? And so you're looking at the number of confirmed, and you're trying to somehow account for what's not found in time because it's already consumed or remote country, or you couldn't get somebody there to confirm it quick enough. And then the indirect cost means loss of fertility. If you've got animals being chased in big country and more come open, not pregnant because of stress, or loss of weight, saleable pounds at the end of the year due to stress. So there's a couple of things going on. One, this trust fund already exists in statute with $0 in it. What it would do, I think it can accept up to $5 million of principal, and what it would do is to kick off an interest to fund both prevention and compensation. The Livestock Loss Board has broad discretion to use that fund. They have multiple different accounts, some of which money is restricted, right? So some of the federal money that they get from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, tester money, as some people call it, that can only be used on wolves for both compensation and prevention. It's pretty restricted. And then the compensation fund that they have, which is about $300,000 annually, comes from the general fund of the state, and they can use that on, whatever livestock they're compensating for. So the trust fund would basically just, whatever interest came off of that would allow them to fund their programs, and they would have some broad discretion, at least currently, on how to use it. And I'll give you an example. Right now, the Livestock Loss Board submitted already for the governor's budget a request for $100,000 that would be dedicated to grizzly bear prevention grants. And so this is, one way to fund that is simply through an annual appropriation, annual statutory appropriation. Another way to fund it would be by populating the trust fund. But I think that what the Livestock Loss Board would say immediately is critical is the grizzly bear prevention grants. Right now, the only money for that comes if the $300,000 for compensation is not fully spent, they can take the remainder and grant that out for grizzly bear prevention grants. But, Seth Wilson, the chair of the Livestock Loss Board, just asked to bring that to the fore. It's certainly an immediate need.
So just a question about that. Trina's brother already lost a confirmed calf. Brett had a confirmed loss. Of newborn calves, or pretty new, the market value of a calf that's 1 or 2 months old, I don't know what it is. It's probably $150 to $200. But the whole idea of having calves is to wean them or sell them when they're 600 pounds or more, meaning they're worth $900 to $1,000. How does that fit into how the Livestock Loss Board compensates?
The Livestock Loss Board, oh, sorry.
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
So for cattle that are lost, so my little brother's calf was like a month old, well, his is an example. But it would be 800 pounds in the fall. So what the Livestock Loss Board does is they look at that fall market price for 800-pound calves in northern Montana, and then he would look at the average price for them, for the week that it was killed, right, Cole? So it would be the cost, it would be the price of an 800-pound calf that week. And then that's what he gets paid. So he doesn't get paid for a newborn calf price. He gets paid for a full-grown calf that's ready to go to market.
I'm not certain of that. That might be right, but I would need to look into that and refresh my memory.
Glacier's on, I heard he was, maybe he knows.
It is the end of the whatever.
I know they get paid for the market price of the full-grown calf, but I can't remember if he takes it from the week that it happened. Glacier, are you listening?
Craig Glazier, are you on?
Hello? Bueller?
Might not be, he was earlier.
He's probably on the phone.
I can take that as a homework assignment to report back.
George Edwards texted me.
Hey, George.
Thanks for listening, George.
George said, shut up. No, he didn't. Okay, so it says it's always based on weaning weight. So George, my question was, so it was killed May 4th. So do you take the price of calves from May 4th, or do you take the fall price of when he would have sold it?
And so Lorents, are you really trying to get at, you know, how much money would be a reasonable request to have in a fund per year that would cover this loss? Sort of what's at the heart of your question?
Well, I was just wondering how it worked because I couldn't remember either, but I think that it should be the fall price, even though the calf, you know, died as a young calf, because nobody sells their calves, except maybe a few dairy farmers, at the value at birth or within the first month or two. So that all works into a multiplier. That's sort of a multiplier too, then, if that's the way they do it.
So George texted me back and he said he would take the date of the week that the calf was, or the price from the week that the calf was killed. So it would be whatever 800-pound calves were worth the beginning of May, which is a lot more than they're worth now, so there's that.
So just to clarify, Lorents, that, I mean, yes, that, you know, doing it that way tries to account for the full growth of that calf when it would normally be sold, but that is separate from the question of a multiplier. There is a working group right now that has participation from Erin Edge, a couple of council members, and Trina, that is trying to basically build broad support for what would be a proposal that would just increase the adequacy of both prevention and compensation for the livestock loss board. And one of those, you know, is to just basically support the existing request for $100,000 of preventative funding for grizzly bears. And we're still working together to come up with what is a consensus proposal that we could all get behind for the Montana legislative session. But just say that an additional component that we're likely to come up with is just increased money for compensation. The Livestock Loss Board now currently believes that it already has language in Montana code that allows it to decide how to spend the compensation dollars that it already has. So in theory, they could pay a multiplier now, but simply that there's not enough money to do that. My understanding is that they intend to clarify in the upcoming session by just using more specific language that the multiplier is within their purview. And then to also ask for increased funding to cover compensation that could be used for a multiplier, or it could just be used for compensating people on a one-to-one basis if depredations increase overall. Last year, the Livestock Loss Board in 2019 paid something like $143,000 to compensate for depredations, specifically the grizzly bears. And so if you were to pay a multiplier on that, what you're probably looking at is an annual increased need of somewhere around $250,000 per year. Could be more than that too, but that's in the ballpark. And I think that the council, if it were to look to that working group that is really working to build consensus on what's a reasonable proposal in its final recommendations for how to make livestock loss board, how to kind of shore up livestock loss board programs, that might be a really good path forward.
I think we've got the queue on Zoom, and then I'll come to you, Jonathan.
Can I add one more thing from George?
Sure.
He just wanted to say that they go with the date, of death, because then people don't have to wait till the fall to find out what they would have gotten for that calf to get their check. So like, my brother has already been paid for the calf that he lost, so.
On the multiplier, can you address, like the yearling heifers that are killed this, in Wyoming, you have a yearling heifer that would be, how that multiplier works?
So the way a multiplier would work, like in the scenario we're dealing with, the way Montana covers, Montana has no multiplier currently, but you would take, the date of the confirmed loss and the price at that date, and then the average fall weaning weight from the previous year, and then you would multiply that by whatever the multiple is. And that's a separate question. In Wyoming, it's 3.5 for grizzly bear depredations and 7 for wolves. But, basically, from the Livestock Loss Board's perspective, and also from the working group's perspective, I think the sense has been that we would be quite a bit more conservative in Montana than that. And more importantly, the Livestock Loss Board itself wants the freedom to go through a public process and receive feedback around the state. Probably some landscapes would need a multiplier, such as big country like the Gravelies, where it's really hard to get in and confirm, whereas other landscapes where confirmation is less strenuous or just easier may not need a multiplier. And so the Livestock Loss Board is suggesting that it's a process that maybe they would, be best to go through. And what's been thrown around so far in our working group meetings is the number 2.5. I think that's where most people feel like that would be a reasonable number. There's no perfect study that's going to give you the exact answer. Rich Harris from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has been just a super helpful support person on that working group. He put together a literature review of 100 different studies looking at compensation programs in other countries and other states. And so all I'm saying is that where our working group currently is the number 2.5 in big landscapes where it's hard to find animals seems reasonable.
Thanks, Cole. Really helpful to have an update on both your working group and George Edwards. Thanks for paying attention, streaming in, and communicating with Trina when there's questions. I know there's a number of questions that have been waiting online, and then Jonathan and Nick. But with Michele, I see her hand. Michele, Erin, Jonathan, Nick.
Mine is clarifying.
I think this is two separate things. So I have 3 points. One, I put in a fund, the Livestock Loss Board Trust Fund. That's a $5 million fund. It's already written in legislation. And according to George, and George, correct me if I'm wrong, so text Trina, it doesn't have to be funded by the Montana legislature. It can come from outside funds. So I would hope to word this a little bit to acquire funds to fully fund, because they could go to federal, and they could find other sources to fulfill that $5 million trust. And then I think a separate one is the multiplier. I'm concerned by the Montana legislature. It can come from outside funds. So I would hope to word this a little bit to acquire funds to fully fund. Someone recording this? And they could find other sources.
It's George, I think it's
It's a lag? Okay.
And then I think a separate one is the multiplier.
And just hold on 1 second, Michele.
Yeah.
George, you need to shut off or pause your FWP feed.
Oh, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
I will mute.
Recording this?
Let me get mute.
George, I think it's.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, Michele.
That's okay.
So we got the first piece in terms of expanding the wording to go beyond just Montana legislator for funding, but to include other potential funding sources.
Yes.
And then your second point was around the multiplier effect?
Well, yeah, I think the multiplier should be separate, just separate from the trust fund. Even though they're somewhat connected, I think they should be two separate things. And
well, as of right now, so just for clarification, the recommendation as it's written doesn't include the multiplier effect. So I don't know if that was more of an update from Cole, or if you guys as a council wanted to include a recommendation around the multiplier. So there was a lot of information given in terms of just an update.
yeah, so I would like to see this simplified to just fully fund the Livestock Loss Board, but to maybe throw in that they can search for other sources to fully fund it, because it's a large fund. And then I have a concern about listing funding needs, because we might miss some. I think the funding needs should go in, like I would put this in conflict prevention or agriculture conflict prevention, as well as the multiplier, because I think we're going to be repeating ourselves if we list funding needs, because we're already saying, like if we're saying fund more bear managers, but we've already said we need more bear managers in the recommendations for conflict prevention and conflict response. So I think it makes more sense to put the robust new funding sources listed here versus try to list all the things that we've already talked about in our other recommendations to fund here.
Cole, I think, is going to respond.
Well, I guess I'm not clear what you're saying, Michele. I just asked for some clarification.
Clarification on which point? There were three.
Well, the last thing you were saying was something about just, I'm not sure if you were suggesting that specific requests for funding should be lumped under a broader, more general request.
No,
And about bear managers, I was confused, I'm sorry, I just asked it for.
sorry. Yeah, let me, try to be more clear. I apologize. I don't think we should list funding needs under resources. I think we should list them in the sections where they're most appropriate.
So basically, when Trina moved it from ag under resources, you're suggesting that it goes back under agriculture, this particular one?
Well, what I'm saying is, yes, this one and all of them should go into the areas where they most make sense in our recommendations, because I think we're repeating ourselves. If we say fund bear managers in this list, because we want to fund more bear managers, but we say we need more bear managers in a recommendation, then we're repeating ourselves. I'm trying to be more concise here. I know it's not like me, but I'm trying. So I just think, and if we just list a bunch of funding needs, what if we miss one? What if it's not? I mean, I just think it makes more sense to put it in the section that it most applies to. So that if they went to agriculture, they'd say, yeah, we need to fund the Livestock Loss Board Trust Fund. We need to consider a multiplier. How that reads, I just feel like we're repeating ourselves if we list all the funding here. Is that making sense, Cole? I'm sorry if I'm not making sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, I don't, go ahead, Darren.
Can I comment on that real quick? So, I think I'm hearing what you're. Okay, so maybe I hear where you're going with this, Michelle, and maybe I'll try and word it a little different way, and maybe how I'm seeing it, is if we list all things under resources that we're asking for, this, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, we now have ranked them also, which I think your insight on maybe keeping them within the specific document would prevent anybody from reading the document as a ranking. So if the first one was an education director, the second one was a fund livestock loss board, that's not really what we want to portray, in my opinion. These are all important needs. So if they're in agriculture, it identifies resources that might be able to be beneficial to conflict mitigation or the livestock loss board. So I think I understand if you're going right, maybe wording a little different, Michelle.
And it might also be if there are some more general ones that might fit more than one category, that there might be a statement, just as you've got right now, under resources that basically says all of your recommendations are going to require funding, and that might be more in the guiding principles section. So I think as the writing team or the synthesis team reflects on this, they might be able to find other places, if we're understanding you correctly, Michelle. Okay, thumbs up.
So does that make sense to everyone? Does everyone want to just apply what we have under resources to the areas that they apply to?
Seems like a little bit of a hard decision at this moment without looking at each one of them to see if they do each go under a section or if there are some more general ones. So it might be up to the synthesis team to see how that might make sense, taking into consideration Michelle's suggestion. Does that work?
I think that would be fine. Most of them are assigned to something.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. So there were.
Erin,
thank you. I lost order.
Thanks. So originally too, we did have a lot bigger list of resources that we did combine into the document in appropriate places. So some of that was done originally. I think we just need to go back in and see if there's places where that can be reincorporated. Another idea might be if we find that each section has identified resource needs, we might have a section under each section that says needed resources identified in this section or something like that. Could be a way to kind of compile it under each section if we want to. Specific to this one item, one of the things I'm thinking as I look at it, Trina, can you go back to the one we were talking about just so I can? Yeah, because I don't think it's on mine. Sorry. Yeah, that one. So I don't think the way this is written right now identifies the need for the conflict prevention Grizzly Bear Fund. And so I would just, say whoever takes on the task of rewriting this, to think about potentially identifying that there is no money right now for grizzly bear conflict prevention, so that we make sure that we roll in the need with the request.
The urgency.
Right now, for those of you with the document at home or in the room, it's page 6, 21.1. Thanks, Erin. Nick, I think you were next.
So, yeah, I think the $100,000 dedicated for prevention work is outstanding, because as we've learned throughout this council, there are numerous nonprofit groups that will provide multiple matches for that, and it would go a long way. This is something I've wanted to see for a long time, and you will have broad support for that, and I hope this council does. But I do want this council to be aware that Wyoming this spring paid out a multiplier of 20 to 1 in one instance. And, there isn't any really evidence or indication that this has led to any additional acceptance or tolerance for grizzly bears. And, that state has 2 full-time employees who are riding around one basin, just confirming losses and not really taking any preventive measures. And so, and it also came out that the Livestock Loss Board now has the discretion to pay a multiplier if it wants. So, I think that's something this council should consider in this conversation.
Is there still a line?
Is there what?
Is there still a line?
Jonathan has, is it passed? Okay.
Well, I just wanted to take us back for a minute, because now that George is on Zoom, he can kind of clarify what we were talking about before when he was texting me, if we could just do that for a minute.
Might be back.
Is that where you wanted to go back to?
It's not important, I'll chat with.
Do folks want more clarification, or do you want, are we good to move on? Okay, I think folks want to move on. Okay, so can we go to the next highlighted section?
In 1 second.
Are there any hands up, Charlie?
It was in a second, I keep getting kicked out.
Charlie's losing some internet connections, so for those of you on Zoom, council members, if you can just sort of interrupt and speak up if there's a pause, that might be helpful if we're missing you. Erin, just saw your video come on.
No.
No? Okay.
All right, so if we scroll back to the top of resources, number 37 on my screen is an addition. The Montana Congressional Delegation should help to advance the collection of wildlife conservation fees in national parks to be used for conservation work outside park boundaries.
Robyn.
Okay, sorry, I'll try to be quicker on unmuting myself, much to your, unfortunately, probably for some folks. I didn't want us to forget that on my sheet on page 7, there was still something that we had to talk about in 24.2. But if we want to just finish with resources, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss 24.2.
Oh, yeah, we can go back to that. I don't know. I thought we covered it yesterday.
Did we?
We did, yes.
We covered it yesterday, Robyn.
Yeah, we did.
Was there something of concern
My
that
deep
you wanted to
apology.
bring?
No,
Were you just
I just
flagging it
didn't
because it was
remember it. I just,
highlighted, or was there something that
yes,
you wanted to
I did not
consider?
think, we had gotten to that. So I apologize for my memory gap there, because I thought it was important, and I'm happy that we're good. I assume, so since I can't remember that conversation, we're good to go with 24.2?
Yes.
As far as we know.
Right on.
Okay.
Thanks for making sure that we're
I am
covering
good to
everything.
go.
Good to have a number of eyes on this.
The national, I could provide a little bit of clarification because I think I added this one. There was a Wyoming resolution last session, basically suggesting that an increased fee in Yellowstone National Park to tourists at the gate could be used outside of the park for conservation, such as grizzly bears, migrations. So in the spirit of us recommending conservation finance mechanisms that may actually have some momentum, or at least may be worth further conversation. I know that wool growers, Montana wool growers, had this conversation with the Department of Interior very recently. This is something that would require federal legislation. It would be currently against the law to use an increase in park fee outside the parks. But still, it is something that has sort of piqued many different groups' interest. And there's a scientist in the Cody area named Arthur Middleton who has a white paper out on the subject. And I think that it is something that the council could look at based on the fact that we have 2 national parks here in the state that both are, the centers of grizzly bear recovery. And it is something that the council could perhaps encourage our congressional delegation to look at.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Wyoming was doing was asking to form a group, a committee to look into it.
I'm not trying, I kind of went beyond what the Wyoming resolution actually did.
I think that that's something that we could either join with them or have a joint conversation about, but it is rife with problems. But I'm just asking for that clarification, because I don't think they've gone forward yet. They're still exploring how that could even work.
Yeah. Great American Outdoors Act, which is, a federal piece that's kind of up for consideration right now, would help to fund some of the maintenance backlog in our national parks and make a measure like this less controversial. Otherwise, it's a challenge because they have other needs for that money. But it is still a kind of a live conversation that's happening with different groups in Montana, and obviously it's been going on in Wyoming. It's something that we could encourage further consideration of.
Yeah, we don't want to, I think that's, we don't want to get left out of that conversation. I think that's right.
Erin?
Yeah, I don't think we want to get left out, but I also am not comfortable with saying advancing at this point, mainly because it's not quite there yet. And I think it would be hard for me to say, yeah, advance something without having a better understanding of the actual pieces. So, I think this one could be reworded to be a little more accurate in where that process is at this time, or talk about exploring the collection of, or pulling together a group to discuss, something like that. But the way it's worded now, I'm not really comfortable with.
I think exploring is great.
I agree with Erin.
Nick agrees with Erin. All right. Everyone good with this one? The way it was just discussed?
This is Lawrence. It just talks about for conservation work. Wouldn't we want to tie that to grizzly bears? Rather than just general conservation work? I mean, it seems to me politically that both national parks are kind of the inner core area for the recovery zones, and should be able to make a pretty good case that any fees used this way should be for conservation of grizzly bears.
So perhaps just, because we're a grizzly bear council, I mean, we could suggest that grizzly bears be considered, you know, within an exploration of that conservation mechanism, that conservation finance mechanism, that would likely fund many other things, especially migrations, and, you know, transportation type infrastructure needs, and, you know, a range of needs, of which grizzly bear would be one.
Yeah, I mean, Wyoming's focused on migrations, we could ask for the Montana portion to be on grizzly bear. I mean, it's all exploration.
Erin got a hand up?
Is what?
Erin
Oh,
got a-
Erin, do you have your hand back up?
Nope. Sorry, guys.
Thanks.
Okay, so George just said, George, are you still on there? You could just raise your hand. Anyway, George just said, Bull Growers met with Secretary Bernhardt about fees for loss prevention and compensation. They specifically want those extra wildlife collection fees from the park to go to loss prevention and compensation, not conservation work.
Yeah, I think it's such a natal conversation with many partners that, I think my suggestion is that all we can do is simply say, that's an important possible conservation finance mechanism to explore for our congressional delegation and many other groups, and that grizzly bears could be one of the things that it deals with, but, you know, Wool Growers is an important voice with just one, right, and just like any other single group. This is a big national federal issue.
So perhaps a little bit of rewording that incorporates that there's something already happening and that Montana should be engaged in this conversation and that grizzly bears should be included in this, but not exclusively.
Yeah, I mean, the words for the synthesis theme, I would suggest the word exploration with respect to helping with grizzly bear issues.
We may also want to include partnerships in that, or diversified partnerships, or something like that. Whatever the team wants to put in there, in that exploration process, should be included somehow.
Thanks, Erin.
I think we should just be aware that a fee on a national park entrance to go to compensation programs on the national level is going to meet fierce resistance at a time when, you know, frankly, administrations are slashing oil and gas leasing rates, and I mean that's just a non-starter. That would be a brutal political fight that I'm not sure anybody would want to have.
That's just the reality of it.
Explore and participate,
Yeah.
and we leave it at that.
Let's, let the synthesized team digest. It'd be a tough.
That horse is dead. So that horse is dead.
All right, I'm hearing that the exploring and the collaboration of an effort that's existing is agreed upon to leave in here, but nothing more firm than that. Trina, next.
All right, the next one, is 48 on my screen. Who knows what number it is?
47 on page 10.
Okay, 47 on page 10 in the printout. Recovering America's Wildlife Act. We didn't know what America's Wildlife Act was, nor did we know how to recover it.
So some clarification on this one.
Because we're heavily involved in this campaign, both MWF and through the National Wildlife Federation, but it's fair to say that this would be the most significant piece of wildlife conservation funding since the Pittman, Robertson, and Dingell-Johnson Acts, and it would pump $1 billion a year, a couple billion or something into state, $2 billion, into state wildlife agencies. And I want to talk a little bit about the process that went into developing this act. This was a blue ribbon panel on the national level that involved the oil and gas industry, it involved wildlife conservation, it involved states, and to come up with a mechanism to fund wildlife conservation. I mean, this really is the conservation challenge of the 21st century. As we have decreased participation in hunting and fishing, and hunters and anglers have always paid the bills for 8 decades, this would be a way to fund wildlife conservation, frankly, to prevent species from getting enlisted and doing some proactive conservation. But I forget the estimate for Montana FWP of how much it would put into its budget, but I mean, this is historic legislation that MWF and NWF certainly do support. So I would strongly urge us to support this. And it is a bill, and it has, I don't know, more than 50 co-sponsors in the House and bipartisan support. So it took years to craft this bill. It's somewhat, Caroline, maybe you can help me, it's somewhat modeled on the Land and Water Conservation Fund. It's based on oil and gas royalties.
So, we're not Recovering America's Wildlife Act. The bill is called Recovering America's Wildlife Act.
Yeah.
Okay.
House Resolution
And it's in process right now.
It is introduced in this Congress.
Okay.
House Resolution 4647. No, 3742, there's two listed on what I just Googled.
Thanks, Nick, for providing some clarification on that.
Yeah.
So,
46.
we've made it through the highlighted areas of the document. I'm aware that it's about 2:15. And so we've got about 45 minutes for continued open conversation. I've heard from Michele that there are some areas still within the document that there are items that didn't make it from one of the last consolidated documents into this document. I know that there are a number of folks who haven't had a chance to really do a deep dive with this consolidated document, especially the iteration dated June 6th, given it went out Saturday night. And now there are some continued edits from the conversations of the last day and a half. So I want to be sensitive to Michelle's request to continue conversation with some things that might be missing, but I also want to take in consideration the real need that you wanted to have as a large group, because it's really hard in this tight time frame to find more time to schedule as a large group before the next meeting in July. So in prioritizing these next really 45 minutes, because I really want to leave a solid hour to talk about next steps, what that's going to look like, have you all sort through calendars, that's going to take some time. How do you want to use these next 45 minutes? I brought up the topic that Lorents has been bringing up for the last several meetings of where bears should not be. Are there other priority areas that you want to have discussion about that you feel are vital prior to this next synthesis team, writing team, working on the document? What are your thoughts about these next 45 minutes? Darren?
Well, I was going to say, would Lorents be willing?
Sorry.
Would Lorents be willing to lead a group or himself on where bears shouldn't be in Montana and present it back to some of the committee? Just asking the question for us to get, we could have a large dialogue now, but it seems like Lorents has been leading some of that discussion.
So one request is for Lorents to articulate some thoughts in writing that might lead towards some recommendations or some context for the council to have discussion.
I'd like to hear from him.
I'd work with the
If we could have everyone on Zoom put their phone on mute, getting a little bit of feedback might be rich.
I'd like to hear from Lorents to see how long it would take him to present that.
Good point.
3 hands up.
Okay, so we've got some requests to hear more from Lorents, and then I see Erin and Robyn.
Michele, and then Erin, and then Robyn.
Oh, Michele, and then Erin, and then Robyn.
Sorry, I had a quick clarification from Nick. Where was that funding going to
Nick
come?
stepped out.
Oh, great.
So we'll get back to you when he gets back in the room. Erin.
Yeah, I guess, so I've had this conversation, so Lorents, we've talked about this on and off because we were in the same working group, for a number of meetings. And, so I guess one thing I'd like to think about is how some of the flexibility and some of the other things that we have in our recommendations might, it's going to be really hard to think about drawing a line and saying, this is the places that bears shouldn't be. That for me is going to be, it would be very difficult for me to come to consensus on that, on doing it that way. I think we've recognized these, connectivity areas and things. And so just looking through the document as a whole too, and seeing if the flexibility, the conflict prevention, the quick timely response to conflicts, if that is kind of where some of this gets at, or is at the core of what gets at some of this, is the fact that there needs to be timely and effective conflict response in areas, well, everywhere. So I guess I'm just trying to think about this kind of in the bigger picture rather than saying or framing it in that there are places where bears shouldn't be. I just think it's a lot more complex than that.
Thanks. I want to get to Robyn's question in the event that, is it tied to this conversation, Robyn, or do you have a motion to add some additional thoughts to how we use this time?
This is tied to this conversation that Erin, to continue on with what Erin was saying. So can I speak, or did you want me to wait?
Well, maybe we can hear from Lorents in response to what's been said so far, and then we'll come back to you if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. A big part of what I'm thinking about is basically conflict prevention, because if we can't be very good about conflict prevention, we're not going to get public support for funding or for grizzly conservation. Probably we're not going to get at least much funding. And so part of my thinking goes to, I mean, we already do some of this. We don't let, we put up an electric fence around a chicken coop in order to keep the bear out of that chicken coop, and around various other things. And I'm thinking that we really need to, well, a big part of what I'm thinking is that we need to do research to try and figure out how to, you might say, train bears. I mean, that bear that we all saw hit the electric fence and immediately disappear several meetings ago, that's called education. And, as far as people's backyards, and I've talked about that kind of thing before. And so that part of it is, I mean, in my mind, bears should not be in anybody's backyard or front yard, or certainly not in the house. I mean, we do some of that. But it'll take research to figure out how to do that. And that, of course, means money for research. But I would think that we or the department or somebody could come up with a plan for research. The other part, I've said it many times, I still don't like the idea of grizzlies throughout Montana, or of even suggesting grizzlies throughout Montana. And part of the reason for that, again, goes back to funding, because we are not going to have enough money to have bear managers all over the state. So if we're not going to be able to manage them, we shouldn't have bears there. And so how do we do that? I don't know. I mean, obviously, if we had a hunting season that only allowed for hunting bears, let's say, well, east of I-15, just to have some place to start. That's a place, that is a solution that might help not need so many bear managed hours in eastern Montana. I mean, eastern Montana is a big. So anyway, it's those it's kind of prevention, conflict prevention, and it's being realistic about the dollars that we might hope to get. I don't know if that helps.
Thanks, Lawrence. I'll open it up for folks to have questions, and Robyn, I'll go back to you first.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to answer the question. I think we should go ahead and have this discussion, and we are. So there you have it. I'm muting now.
Did you want to say anything about this discussion?
Thank you. No, I'm going to continue listening, and I'm curious to hear what comes out of the discussion.
Okay. And Brett, did you want to? Cole. Brett, Cole.
Go ahead, Cole.
Okay, I'll just respond to the first part of the research part, which I think is great. Lawrence, so to my knowledge, where it's currently happening in particular, research, is that we have I think it's the National Wildlife Research Center, which is Wildlife Services, which has done research for a long time and continues to, and I think since the 70s, but maybe since the 80s, somewhere in that range. If Craig is on, he can clarify that. But I just want to point out that there is one place where it continues, specifically with respect to conflict with reduction with predators. And then we have just very newly at Montana State University, Jared Beaver, as an extension person focused on wildlife conflict reduction. And there's a couple different journals I'm aware of that are dedicated to this topic as well, that are more international, but ones run out of Utah State. So that my point is, are you thinking, Lawrence, that we need a specific recommendation about research at our, at Montana State University, an extension? I'm wondering if you have any specific suggestions for where research could be beefed up. Or how the council could weigh in a useful way on that. I mean, certainly supporting the principle of research, I understand that. I'm wondering if you have more specifics along the lines of your recommendation.
Well, I guess I hadn't thought that far, although I think that we're basically talking about a Montana issue here, and I would think that I know that MSU especially, well, maybe I better not say that. There might be some Missoula people in the room. Anyway, MSU.
No one here from Lawrence.
Anyway, who has significant research. They do significant research on all kinds of things, and being that they're located close to the areas, I mean, Missoula would be fine too. But yeah, I would just like to see some research specific to the Montana issues that we're dealing with here.
I wonder, Lawrence, if you might volunteer to take a first to make a first draft of such language around such a recommendation.
Yeah, I could do something like that.
Thank you.
I assigned you a working group, so, because I'm in charge. So do you want help with that?
Sure. Are you
volunteered? Chuck volunteered.
Great, I have a question. Are we just can you explain to me the process? I might have missed that yesterday when I left early. Are we just like creating random working groups about different subjects, or how is
No,
this?
no, 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 no. Trina.
Trina is.
Leave the facilitation to me and Sean, please. Not yet, not yet. Basically, what we're doing is we were having a conversation around bears, where bears should or shouldn't be. Lorents was bringing forward something that he felt was missing from the current draft of recommendations, and we're getting a little bit more clarity on how he's thinking about it, how he might want to have a recommendation articulated. And what I was suggesting was that perhaps he drafts some language that then the council can work with. And so then Trina just decided that he is now his own working group, and Chuck agreed to work with him on the language for that particular recommendation. So that's all that's just happened. Brett?
I wanna thank you for the clarification. And as far as places that, besides backyards and in-houses, chicken coops and stuff, of not having grizzly bears in certain parts of the state just because we don't have the funding, or may not have the funding in order to do that, I think it's an excellent point. Maybe you guys can draft something that you could bring to us, kind of along those lines as well, if you don't mind.
I guess, does this though go back to Cole? So Cole and others were working on the limitations piece. Is that still happening, or does that get to kind of that same discussion?
The red and the vision.
Yeah, if you look at the additions that we made in the additional sentence in the vision statement, I mean, there's a piece in there that says that at minimum, Montana is committed to maintaining grizzly bear populations at levels that prevent their relisting. I'm not reading verbatim, but it's a sentence that we basically worked on. I'm not sure that is, we ended up going in a different direction with that sentence to articulate limits in a certain way than the resources question. And I think yesterday we talked a little bit about a principle that's sort of a guiding principle that says more bears and more people does require more resources to adequately accommodate that, and that can't continue indefinitely. I mean, it's just not bottomless resources. And so that, I'm not sure how the synthesis team will begin to work that language up, but that begins to articulate, like we've got to look at if we can seriously adequately accommodate grizzly bears in all the various ways, research and conflict response and conflict prevention and compensation. Somehow we've got to look at those levels as we think about management and as we think about expansion, both in distribution and numbers. But that continues to be a challenge of how to exactly say it. I would suggest that the principles may be a good place to state that if we're serious about really helping Montana, Montanans, working lands, residents, visitors, if we're serious about maintaining their quality of life amidst grizzly bear recovery, that takes serious resources, and those aren't infinite. So somehow articulating that in a principle is another way to talk about limits. Lorents, I don't know if maybe Lorents has some thoughts about whether that gets at his concern or not.
Is that something then that you think?
I guess I'm not totally following you, but I get the sense. Let me just do some more thinking and along with Chuck, and we'll see what we can come up with.
I would just caution that, I mean, that's going to need to be worded very carefully though, because I'm starting to hear that we want to you know, understanding that bears moving onto the plains present a whole new set of challenges with both cereal crops and livestock and things, but we've never set out to draw really hard lines and just say this is a drop dead line where every bear that crosses it will die. I mean, there are a lot of natural food sources and environments in those places where bears have the potential to live with relatively low conflict. So I would caution that group to be very thoughtful in the drafting of that.
I'm gonna do Jonathan and then Caroline. He's been trying to get a word in.
I just wanted to thank Lorents, and Brett's comment made me think that, I think the way that Lorents wanted to bring that topic up was something that we all felt was something there is absolutely zero agreement that we could ever meet, but actually we all agree with what he's saying completely, that bears do not belong everywhere, and it doesn't have to be a line across the state of Montana. It's in calving grounds or chicken coops or gardens or backyards. Every one of us has said that and brought importance to it through the conflict prevention aspects, and you know, that's not just an example of the way that words can just draw an emotional reaction, but it's a serious consideration that we've all brought up of where they do and don't belong, regardless of if it's a whole state issue or just within a particular fenced-off private piece of land. But we do need to give consideration to that and how will we word it, because we all agree, because I've heard every one of us say that at different times. And so I think that's a really good point to bring up and something that we need to discuss. Where do and don't we want bears outside of our own personal emotional connections to what those words sound like? I think there's complete agreement on that.
And that's, thanks, John, because that's the perfect segue to how I'm proposing we present it, is instead of a limit as a challenge, that we will be challenged to meet the resource needs. And not that they, I just trying to word it in a little more positive light, that this is, it's kind of like throwing down the gauntlet and telling people who would support grizzly bears or want to meet that challenge, that this is our challenge, and this does create the limit of our ability to deal with grizzly bears and the challenges that grizzly bears present in different places where they get into trouble and aren't appropriate, that it is a challenge. So it's just, does that make sense? And I'm just kind of trying to word it from a different perspective, and not saying that we'll meet that challenge, and that as that challenge keeps getting bigger, we may or may not always meet it. But that is, that's what's facing us, is the challenge both in conflict reduction and resources and abilities to confront bears in places where we can't meet those challenges. What do we do then? Does that make sense?
I'm thinking campgrounds and backyards and all of those, so I think that it's a really good thing that goes into a preamble or guiding principles kind of thing, rather than any specific recommendation of here's exactly where they're not allowed to be. It's just that there isn't a recognition that bears it's not appropriate for them to be anywhere at any time.
And what I like about that challenge, the way presenting it as a challenge, is then sometimes those challenges are met. I mean, when the Greater Yellowstone Coalition worked with the Forest Service to the challenge of bear-proofing 164 campgrounds, that was a challenge that was then met. Is it going to be a perfect solution? No, but it does address that specific challenge of having bears in the wrong place, which is in a campground where we stick people in the heart of grizzly bear country. So I'd just like to kind of flip that way that we're looking at it, acknowledging that that challenge is also a limit and it won't always be met, but just looking at it in it's just, I don't know if it's a more positive light, but it's a more, I mean, I'm an optimist, so it's a more optimistic light that this is a huge challenge. And because we're not always gonna be able to meet those challenges, and we're not meeting them that well now, and it is gonna take a lot of resources, to meet those challenges, people are gonna have to step up. It kind of throws down a gauntlet in some ways, of like, and it's not solely on the state, it's gonna be on a lot of other entities. And that's how the people who aren't involved in grizzly bear management and the costs need to be. So,
I hear an overarching piece of recognizing those challenges, and then a concrete piece from Lorents in saying, we need to better understand what is working and what's effective, and that's where that research piece comes in under the conflict prevention that he's mentioning.
totally like the research piece.
Yeah.
And also acknowledge too that there are grizzly bears in people's backyards all the time. And some of them get into big trouble, and some people don't even know that they had a grizzly bear walking through. So again, it's those drawing those lines, or saying we can't have grizzly bears in our cities. Well, we do. And not to say that that's appropriate and also doesn't present a challenge, but we do. They're in Missoula, they're in outside Bozeman, they're certainly in Kalispell, Whitefish, and Columbia Falls, but.
So we've got Robyn's hand and then Trina.
Yeah, so thank you, Caroline, and Cole also, and Lorents for bringing this up. I like the direction that Caroline's going. It was what I was thinking too. We could address what Cole has been talking to us about, and also what Lorents has been bringing up. And I just wanted to say that I think Caroline is sort of giving us a path forward, and maybe the writing team might want to think about that. It might be something to go in our guiding principles, or someplace there to make that acknowledgement about this idea of limitations. But at the same time, I like how Caroline is talking about turning this into a challenge, but also knowing that we're recognizing it, and we don't necessarily have a solution for it right now.
Trina?
Okay, so first of all, in the chat, Liza said USDA National Wildlife Research Center has been conducting research on wildlife-human conflicts for decades, and many of those projects to specific issues here in Montana with wolves and grizzly bears. They are open to any ideas to pursue, currently range riders and efficacy of their efforts in reducing damages by grizzly bears. So I just wanted to point that out.
Lori was on chat too. Trina would just say if you guys want information on what FWP research is happening around that, she can provide that as well.
Awesome.
Thanks, Lori.
Maybe you could get that to Lorents.
Brett wants to know if she can talk about it right now.
Lori, can you talk about it right now?
Sure, let me. Yeah, so there's two different ideas I just kind of wanted to let you know. Each recovery area subcommittee has a science team. And so they're always, and we also work together with all those different science teams. And so those are all the agencies coming together to, like, asking different questions, and how the different agencies can help conduct those research questions, so like the Forest Service, just as an example, the Forest Service came to us and said, we want to know how the effects on fire in grizzly bears. And also lately up in the NCDE, we have been looking at some research topics. So the other part of it is with FWP, we have to put in research proposals to the state, and then the wildlife managers approve those proposals. And I will say that not at the end of this year, but we are going to be putting some radio collars out on bears that are east of 89. We've been approved to look at grain bin use with grizzly bears, and how they move about the land, and how the use. So is it a timing? Is it there's different variables. Sorry, I'm not really thinking that straight right now. But and then Wesley Sarmento is also looking at a couple of preventative measure uses. So I know he's putting up cameras and the critter getters that make out a call and seeing how effective those are. And then he's also looking at using dogs in cornfields and preventing them to come into cornfields. And he has funding to do those couple of projects. So the other process is if talking to FWP, and we can put in research proposals, and we work with the universities and different groups, and we'll also can do that too, so.
Thanks, Lori, and thanks, Craig. There is a lot happening out there. It's hard to keep track of, so it's great to have you guys participating and reminding council members of what is out there.
Yep.
Trina, was there more that you wanted? Were you going to say something else?
I was just going to speak to the hard lines that some people would like to draw across the state, and I am one of those people that would like to draw a hard line, a drop dead line around my house especially. But the problem with that is, just so that we can keep in mind as we're talking about all these things, there's no way that that would ever happen, because FWP or whomever drew the line would be sued, so that's not even funny. So we have to come up with other creative ways to keep bears out of the places that we don't want them.
What's that? Thanks, Trina. Any further discussion on this? Lawrence, do you feel that this conversation has been helpful in moving the conversation forward and giving some concrete next steps of how this might be articulated both in guiding principles and perhaps a recommendation that you and Chuck are going to work on?
Yeah, it's been real helpful. Thank you.
Cole, was there something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I guess I'm still running this limits question through my mind and asking all of you for just further feedback. To me, the throwing down of the gauntlet and saying, folks, if we're going to accommodate these increasing numbers in distribution, we need more resources. We gotta have more resources. No, really, we gotta have more resources. No, really, and then it keeps not happening. I mean, the Livestock Lost Board Trust Fund is a good example. The intention was it would be populated not just by the state, but by NGOs, by perhaps federal sources, and it has $0 in it. And so I understand the importance of more money that can, fund a variety of things, everything from an increased FWP capacity to increased wildlife services capacity to prevention grants and compensation. But sometimes you just don't get more resources. So what are we saying, that resources are the only are we saying that increasing the amount of money we spend on conflict response and prevention is the only limiting mechanism we think the state should ever employ? I mean, so I appreciate that, Caroline. So would you expand on, because what I hear is that increasing resources to respond to and prevent conflicts is the primary or even only mechanism I've heard so far for limiting. Could you say more?
And so let me think about this. It's more than that, because it's the ability to deal with conflict, it's the ability to have that outreach and the education, it's the ability to bear-proof whatever the bears are being attracted to, and it's the ability to work with people on their safety, their livelihoods, their lifestyles that are challenged by the presence of bears. So it's a much bigger challenge with more limits than just resources, but those, either financial or capacity-wise, it's a much larger picture than that. And the limits, and I'm not being clear on this, so I know it's not, but the limits are not just financial and resources, they're broader than that. And when we don't have tolerance, when people are fed up, when people don't want bears in a place or they're getting into trouble, that's the that is a limit on bears' ability to be in a place. But wherever we're talking about limits, whether, Lorents, whether it's backyards, whether it's communities, whether it's a line in the state, whatever we're setting as limits are gonna take resources to create that limit. Like, they're not just, bears aren't gonna just, you know what I'm saying? We can't just draw a line in the sand and say, like Fremont County did, and what, okay, where that, like, and say, bears, you're not allowed. Somehow that limit is it's gonna take resources to create that limit, to eliminate those bears, to put it bluntly. Any of those limits are gonna take resources. Either agency or communities or individuals are gonna, to create any kind of limit on bears expansion, it's not just gonna be because we say there's a limit, right? There's gonna have to be active something to limit those bears' expansions. So, I'm sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. I guess my vision is more that the challenge, our ability to live with and manage bears well, and is a challenge that is going to take not just financial and capacity resources, but all of the things that we've been talking about. Let me go back to the Alaska example. Alaska is a state that's more than twice as big as Montana, and it is full of bears, even in Anchorage, even in Juneau. It is full of bears, and they have filled their capacity to manage those bears. They haven't said, we're not going to manage bears north of the Yukon. They manage bears throughout the state, and they then they have met the challenge of adequately managing them, I would say, that they adequately manage their bears. Same with BC. They have bears throughout the state, except like that's the Okanagan area, and they adequately manage those bears. I'm not saying completely, but they've met that challenge. Our limits of where we're going to allow bears, the limits that you're, I think, envisioning, Colin, help me with this, is if we don't have enough people to manage bears east of the mountains, then we shouldn't have bears. But that also is a management question, because somebody's going to have to stop them from coming. And now I'm getting muddled. But I'm presenting it as no, it's more than just more money and more people. The challenge is bigger than that. We know that, and we know in the communities that over the last 20 years have adapted to having bears. We know that we lose bears in these areas when they get into trouble, and that's a limit, and that's an appropriate limit. But as they're expanding into new areas, we are going to have to rise to that challenge, just as we have in the Blackfoot, in the Centennial, in so many of the areas, in the Ruby. We have to rise to that challenge in order to keep those people's livelihoods and lifestyles and safety protected. Just don't think we have an option to not meet that challenge.
I'm gonna go to Heath and
I don't know,
then
but
Erin
I don't
and
know if that
Robyn.
was helpful at all, because I think we've already had this conversation a number of times, and I don't know if we're like our previous conversation, if we're really kind of meeting there in the middle, and that there are those ends that we can agree are really hard to deal with. The people who don't want bears anywhere and the people who want bears everywhere, versus the challenge of managing bears and people where we have them and where they're going, with the idea that we only have and certainly right now, we're limited in our ability to manage them well because we don't have the resources and the capacity to do that to the level. We haven't kept up with the expanding bear population in terms of our meeting the challenge.
I thought Cole's question was, is resources the only answer?
And I'm saying no. I'm sorry, but getting back to my answer is no. It's not just resources and capacity. There are larger challenges than that. Education, outreach, there are a lot more challenges to dealing with grizzly bears well than just resources and capacity. But those are huge ones. Those are ones that are really tangible and kind of easy to measure from the get-go. But it is, we're people, and we're a lot more complicated, and bears are super complicated too. So it is a bigger picture than that. I'm
No, I mean, I appreciate, thank you for that. I'm still struggling, and so I'm just curious, any other thoughts to help me through this?
Yeah, somebody else might be able to articulate.
We've got Keith and then Erin and then Robyn.
I guess maybe what I'm hearing Cole say is, so as bears are moving and we're trying to look at ways to limit them in certain areas, if all that is tied to funding, which I guess I see it in a way, if you don't have funding to help with enough bear managers, how are they gonna get to the conflict or to deal with the issue? If we're not able to support those positions in all the areas that we're needing them, what are other ways that we can allow people to deal with conflict that a lot of cases, people's hands are tied at this point to help deal with conflicts themselves. So it's a lot cheaper to allow people to deal with their own conflict than it is to pay the state to do it. How you regulate all that gets complicated, but I guess just a thought.
Really good
Say that again, Heath, about what you said about rather than pay the state to do it.
Well, I'm just thinking not that we're anywhere close to the state of Alaska's population of bears, but that one scientist we had on that Zoom meeting said that there's portions of Alaska where an Alaskan citizen can take 2 bears a year. I think about my family, we could protect our livestock.
Yeah, I thought that.
You know, and it wouldn't cost the state anything.
No,
Can I?
cost the taxpayer.
We've got Erin and then Robyn. So Erin, do you wanna contribute to this conversation?
Yeah, thanks. So I think it's just so much more complex than just resources, right? So, I mean, if you think about it, on a bear's perspective even, you're in Yellowstone, there's one level of habitat protections. You're outside of Yellowstone, there's a gradient of habitat protections. So in some cases, grizzly bears are going to be limited in and of the fact that the habitat that they are in does or does not support them. And so that's going to be variable across the state. And that's just the reality of it. And in some places where grizzly bears have to confront or get into conflict with a lot of people, that may result in bears being removed because they have gotten into attractants. I think what we can look at is how do we support the ability for conflict mitigation, and both recognizing that that is for human safety as well as for bears. And that there are limitations on that, both from a bear's, the ability or the available habitat that's secure enough to allow for a grizzly bear population, versus places where bears will not potentially live in large numbers, but in smaller numbers with the ability to connect between populations. And so I don't think any of us are not recognizing the limitations there, but I think it's a lot more complex than, if I had $1 million, could I solve all the world's problems? And the answer is no. But there are ways to better support both the understanding of the public on what steps can be taken to prevent conflicts, ways to address conflicts, and then outreach and education as well. And so I just think it's a complex issue, and I don't think it comes to just resources. And I think we really have been thoughtful about that throughout the document and how we talk about management and how we talk about, but a lot of it does come to the need for more money, because that's where we're at right now. And I feel like also we have to be very careful to, we aren't, like he said, we aren't where Alaska is yet. And maybe someday, way far down the line, we will be, but we're not. And so this is a conversation that will be ongoing past the advisory council. And I don't know that there's no way, as Trina pointed out, drawing a line in the sand is not gonna, it's just not an achievable action. It would just be constantly catching up. Now, there are things that may come in the future on, you know, addressing larger grizzly bear populations. I just don't think it's all resources. And I don't know, that's where I'm at, I guess.
Thanks, Erin. And Robyn, did you want to weigh in on this conversation?
Yes, thanks. Cole, I just had a clarifying question. Are you, from the perspective of the council, are you wanting to make sure that we just simply address that there is the limitation, or are you wanting us to find a solution for it or offer solution, or are you just asking for us to acknowledge it?
I don't know what I'm doing, Robyn.
You're the liaison.
I am imagining a scenario in the future when the grizzly bear in Montana is fully recovered and no longer in need of protections under the Endangered Species Act. And I'm asking the question, if it's not categorized as a game species, which is, we have ways of limiting and sort of working within population objectives there, and it's not categorized as a non-game species, and some limits would be built in that scenario, are people proposing a new category for the grizzly bear as a sort of a classification of wildlife? That seems to be the only logical place to go from what I'm hearing. We know already that the council is conflicted about the role of hunting. And so I'm sort of I would like to find a way to say that the solution to grizzly bear management cannot always be simply where does the landscape itself limit their range and how much money do we have. Because we have more tools in our toolbox than that. We have the ability of managers to make a decision about this is a very recovered population, plenty recovered, even too big. We don't have enough resources and we haven't been able to get it. And so somehow it feels to me like the council ought to name that, say it. That's what I'm struggling with. I don't know what the right answer is. I want to make sure I raise it with you all. And perhaps the synthesis team and others will just have further thoughts along these lines as we go.
Yeah, and perhaps this is something that we can't come to consensus on. I mean, maybe this is another bucket that we had talked about. I don't know, but I'm really struggling with where you're at, Cole. I just don't quite. I mean, I sort of get where you're going with it, but yeah, I'm struggling with this one.
Well, what I appreciate is that you're engaging in this conversation and you're trying to gain understanding in terms of wanting to better understand where you're coming from, to have the conversation, hear different perspectives, and this is really the first I've heard the depth of this conversation. Did you want to say something, John?
We inadvertently.
You need to.
I think we inadvertently entered into the most complex discussion that we have in front of us when Trina told us we had 7 minutes, like 40 minutes ago. So, I mean, I think it's a super valuable conversation, but huge, and one that we know there won't be consensus on, and I don't think we're gonna gain useful ground in the next hour on it, would be my opinion. I'd say table this discussion, or at least let the synthesis team have a chance to make sense of what we just heard, which were quite a few different ideas that I think we could try to come to some sort of at least written consensus and then put that back out. But I do worry that this conversation is so valuable that it should have more time than we have right now.
Well, I really appreciate that we're having the conversation, and it is a big conversation, and to be able to start the conversation and then perhaps start to articulate some of this in writing in terms of how do we continue the conversation and what pieces of it might get into the report and what might that look like. I don't think we're there yet, but we needed to start this conversation and get to this next layer that we have in order to even get to a point to where you might be able to understand or have another conversation about what's in writing. So I'm going to segue into next steps in terms of, we've got Chuck and Lorents who agreed to work on a sentence. What I'm hearing is perhaps taking this last conversation and trying to articulate it in writing, maybe a little bit more so than the Cole, Darren, Caroline group that were working on that sentence in the vision around limits. But what else are you really trying to get at underneath that in terms of, what is it that's more than resources that can help contribute to this limits question that's being brought up in terms of how do you address where bears are and what's needed around it? We did start sort of a vague conversation, and this is what Erin continued to ask about. Informally, there was just some gathering at breakfast this morning, and so some initial conversation around what are the next steps in moving towards reframing this consolidated document around the structure that we talked about, around those 5 sections of the vision, the preamble, the guiding principles, the recommendations, and then the 5th section in terms of items that are in the executive order where there's not consensus, but there's been real depth of conversation, and how does that get conveyed? There was conversation about that next synthesis team. I don't remember the order in which this happened, but there was some volunteering going around in terms of Jonathan being a part of that, Annie and Trina being a part of that, given how much they've done on this consolidated document. Caroline volunteered to help with some of that. Cole volunteered to be a liaison between the synthesis team, some other councils and advisory working groups that he's on that has helped inform in terms of what other groups are doing and how that might help strengthen the recommendations. We mentioned before lunch that we wanted each of you to think about what roles you wanted to have in contributing to these next steps. In looking at the calendar, the next meeting is July 21st and 22nd. It's really only 5.5 weeks away. And so we need to give ample time for the entire council to be able to review such a document. So I was sort of backtracking on that and looking at if we had something by July 10th at the latest, would give about 2 weeks for each member to really sink their teeth into what's in there, what's missing, what needs further discussion. But what else needs to happen in here in terms of what other steps? There was comments from Michele about seeing that things are missing from this current consolidated document. And so do individual members want to take some time and look at this updated version that would be dated today that Trina's been working on in real time and incorporating the conversation that we've had over the last 2 days, and begin to really look at where you've got agreement, want more conversation, or where there's gaps. So there's a number of pieces in there. I wanted to throw out some initial ideas that I've had or that you guys have thrown out. Thoughts about that? Robyn, I see your hand up, and then Lorents, and then Chad, and then Michele. I'm not going to be able to keep track of that. Robyn.
So I would continue to volunteer to work on the no hunting piece. And I would invite anybody who's interested in working with me on that to email me and let me know.
Thanks, Robyn. Any volunteers of wanting to help Robyn on that no hunting piece? I don't have any takers right now. Oh, Michele. Michele just gave a thumbs up. Thanks, Michele. Okay.
Can I ask?
Wow.
Are we?
Okay, great. Thanks, Michele.
Just quickly, Robyn, and everybody else on that, did we decide how that entire section is going to be framed out? Because I'm just wondering if we're doing this in sections, or if there is an opportunity to like try and create the framework to put to the council, given our timeline for the entire piece. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yes, there has been discussion around that. The discussion was that there would be context for how the council has had discussion around hunting, so not necessarily around advocating for or against hunting, but really reflecting the depth of conversation that council members have had around the idea behind hunting and the role behind hunting and the values that either support or go against hunting, and how does that help inform the governor's office and other agencies around how you got there, not necessarily in advocating one way or another. There was also a request that for those that want to contribute to, if and when there were to be a hunting season in Montana, what might that look like? So to be able to provide some guidance to the agencies around that.
So I guess that's my question, is there still, does that make sense to do like a pro and an anti, or is it now going to be combined into kind of a discussion? So before we head into like, do you see why I'm confused?
Yep, that's a good question. So it would really be around hunting, around framing the discussion and both pieces of it.
What I heard this morning, what we I thought we came to an agreement was the issues and the ideas behind both hunting and not hunting, but also recommendations for hunting as part of our recommendations, but also that it would be very helpful to understand the issues, not the advocacy for or against hunting, but to really understand the why of hunting or not hunting.
Thanks, that helps better articulated.
So it's
Yeah, that's what I understood too, but I want to be really clear that about something that, unfortunately, I wasn't at the breakfast discussion, so maybe I missed something, but I think Caroline did articulate what I thought was going on. But I also want to say that I thought that we had agreed that that's going to go in our number 5 bucket place, and that we weren't going to try to say advocate for pro or no, but it was to frame the discussion as Heather is saying, and that would be very useful, and that embedded in both of those synopses, certainly folks could put in, if there was a hunting season, this is what it would look like, and it would all be captured in that same section. in the bucket, in number 5 category. That's my understanding of what we've agreed to so far.
I think we're on the same page. Chad? Oh,
Awesome.
it was Lawrence and then Chad.
I'm
sorry.
My point is not running, so if Chad or somebody else wants to keep going, I'll wait.
No.
Well,
This was really about roles and sort of tasks in moving forward.
well, then maybe I can make my point. We have a July meeting. I don't think we even have a August meeting scheduled, do we?
We do not.
And so, it's crunch time, I guess. And I'm wondering if you guys, you and Sean have sort of planned the end game here, or how do you see this proceeding to finality by August 31st?
Great question, and that's part of this discussion is what needs to happen between now and the July meeting so that you all have sort of your most robust final draft to talk about at the July meeting. So really that means everyone on the council has taken the time to thoroughly go through the document to make sure that your ideas and thoughts are reflected in this document and articulated in a way that you want reflected, and where is there consensus, and where does there need to have some final conversation during the July meeting in terms of perhaps moving some things around or gaining further understanding, but most of that needs to happen between now and the July meeting in these working groups and on these writing teams. And so putting some of these teams together to do the writing that we've talked about in the last 2 days around restructuring, and then the review process that needs to happen before July, so that when we come in July, it's really clear and we're not engaging in the lengthy conversations about multiple topics, but that it's really clearly identified where there's a couple of pieces that need to be refined so that the final draft is in August. Does that help? And so we really need to identify that timeline and what those steps are between now and July so that you're close to final draft is July with some tweaks between July and August.
Yeah, that does help. I think it was Michele that said she didn't really have time to review this final one, and I'm in the same category, and maybe others. When we get down to the wordsmithing, that's what eats up a lot of time, and I'm wondering if we each went through this. Well, now we got another document, I guess, whatever Trina has put together while we've been talking. We should all have one document to go through and probably make some wordsmithing suggestions to who? To one of the.
So there's two things that might happen simultaneously. One is that the document that Trina's updated in real time during this meeting we'll send back out tonight or tomorrow, so that it's the document that reflects the conversations that we've had over the last 2 days that builds upon the June 6th document. And so that every one of you is able to go through that very thoroughly and write in your comments on that. And we need to talk about process in terms of how that happens, because simultaneously what needs to happen is this synthesis team beginning to work on restructuring the document to reflect the new structure that's been talked about over the last 2 days, and to move a lot of these pieces around. So all of you will have a chance to go through this latest iteration to make sure that your ideas and your thoughts are captured content-wise, not necessarily wordsmithing the document now, but if it's not reflecting conceptually what you want it to reflect, provide that as feedback. And then the writing team, the synthesis team, will work on the wordsmithing of that. Does that help? And Charlie, did you want to say something about that?
We've got two, Michele and Erin waiting, and
Okay.
now I see Robyn, but just a suggestion of mine would be
You need to use the mic.
to get it is, aim at using your July meeting to finish up the stuff you really think is gonna be contentious. If you leave the July meeting not having resolved those, you really are then down to trying to do that via either a Zoom or email, and I think that's a tougher hill to climb. So if that helps you any in terms of how you think about what you do between now and July.
Did folks hear that?
It needs to be a pretty clean draft.
It needs to be a pretty clean draft, yeah. And that's why we're really needing every one of you to spend some time looking through this document so that the synthesis team can integrate comments, feedback, making sure all of this is represented in this next draft. So to go back to some of those that volunteered this morning, and we can have folks add, and then I'll get to Michele and Erin and Robyn. The synthesis team as volunteered this morning was Jonathan, Trina, Annie, and Caroline. Would anyone else like to be on that team? And for those of you online, you can just chime in.
I think I'd like to step back from this one. I feel less clear now than this morning, and I'd rather actually come back and jump into whatever that team comes up with. That's the way I'm feeling right now. I'm not allowed, but.
Yeah, Jonathan should not be allowed to do that, but,
You're respectful and you think through it pretty deep. I don't wanna put a lot of pressure on you, but.
I have a question though about that, if you guys don't mind, Heather.
Yes, please.
I feel like having those two things happening simultaneously feels awkward because I feel like it would be going back and forth. So I'm just clarifying. I feel like we should have a deadline on comments on the document Trina's going to send around. And then that deadline should be in enough time that would allow the synthesis team to use that document to create a new document. Otherwise, I feel like you have parallel documents and then it's confusing.
I appreciate that, Erin, and we were sort of going back and forth on that, and I guess the question back to all members of the council is, can people dive in and dedicate that time within the next, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but does someone want to give me a date within the next week? Really, because the synthesis team, that's going to take some time.
I think we have to.
Yeah.
I think we have to separate the, I agree with Erin, and I think a week is reasonable at this point, because the synthesis team needs time to.
So, today's Tuesday, can we say by Sunday the 14th, Sunday night, the 14th, which is the end of this week, basically, that each of you individually, it's not about connecting with one another, but each of you individually diving in and putting in comments. If we get the Google Docs link out tonight.
Could you take it through Monday?
Through the end of day Monday?
Yeah.
So by the end of day Monday, the 15th.
End of business or end of day?
End of calendar day.
I know, I was making sure I understand.
5 o'clock on the 15th. How's
You
that?
think that she said 5, see, the confusion.
I'm clarifying. End of business day is 5 o'clock for some.
Or something.
And I'm happy to help the synthesis team if they feel like they need an extra pair of eyes. If they don't, I'm okay not being. So.
Well, since Jonathan just quit us, We might need you.
Okay.
Well,
So,
even that helps. I mean, I thought we
Yeah.
were gonna try to make something completely different from what we just went over, and so, you know, it seemed weird that we were gonna edit what we just did and then change it completely, you know, but, so that makes a little bit more sense if we get everyone's final feedback and then move
Okay.
forward, but.
so if everyone is anyone not able to do this by the 15th?
Nobody screws up my schedule.
Does this include Lawrence's edition?
This includes Lorents and Chuck's editions, yes. Okay,
Nick, looks like you have something to say.
Nick, did you have something to say? Can you use the mic?
Yeah, did you want a comparable group on the pro hunting to add to it, because I would volunteer for that.
Okay.
Just to, I'm really gonna take that template and just add a handful of sentences to that. Is that all right? Does anybody else wanna, feels, Chad?
Yeah, I'm in.
I'll just write one up, that's the way I work, and get you a draft. Is that good?
That works.
I'll email it to you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So then who's gonna do the pieces of if there is a hunting season? Again, I'm feeling like things are very separated when they're sort of so.
Nick and I can work on that as well.
So Nick and
Nick and
Chad
I can
will,
work on that as well, Erin. I think there's already a very good template from the state that's been put together. It's not gonna take a lot of extra effort to add and delete a few things out of that.
Lorents, can we make that 15th deadline?
Lorents, Chuck is asking if the two of you can make that 15th, Monday the 15th deadline.
I guess we better.
There you go. I like that.
Hey, that's not what he was looking for.
No, but that was what I was looking for.
No, thank you. We'll do it.
Thanks, Chuck. Michele, I know your hand's been up. Sorry about that. Are you there, Michele?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna make the suggestion that we do it in that we have time to look at it, and then they take that document and start to try to synthesize. And then I'm not really sure. I would like to see Erin on the synthesis group. I want to make sure that the people on the synthesis group are respectful of people's concerns. I mean, I know, I like the word coexistence, but I know Cole does not. So I'm respectful of that, and I try to be respectful of his thoughts and his thoughts behind that. And I'm concerned, I mean, Trina, I have great respect for you, and I've tried very hard to see your point of view and incorporate it in my thoughts and in a synthesis. But I don't think it's respectful to, when knowing that I have a problem with collaborative groups and collaborative work, the way it's been portrayed lately in Montana, and to write it in all capital letters, collaboration, in a recommendation in front of me is just, I'm worried that you might not be as respectful about different people's opinions when you're synthesizing the document, and I'm concerned about that.
Thanks, Michele. I think that having a team of people, just like having 18 members on the council, has really sort of provided the checks and balances and maintaining the integrity and really helping each other understand the different experiences and thoughts and concepts that are being conveyed. So we've got Jonathan, Trina, Annie, Caroline, and Erin on this team, which does provide really nice diversity to try and incorporate the different perspectives that are being shared. And again, their charge is to reflect the entire council, and members will have an opportunity to review that next iteration. So I think that what's been happening is that everyone's been doing their best. I think Trina and Annie did an outstanding job in consolidating 4 really messy working documents and really trying to find a way to bring those together, tear those down. Things did get missed, and I sincerely believe that that wasn't done intentionally. I think that they were really trying to help clean up, consolidate, and move this forward, and that's why we have opportunity to come back and say, oh, something got dropped or something got missed or reworded. So we'll have opportunity for that.
Can I clarify on that? I'm talking about what happened today in the council.
Yep, and I'm talking, I appreciate that, and just trying to keep moving us forward in this conversation around next steps. So we've got everyone individually doing this by reviewing the link that will go out tonight by the 15th. We'll have the synthesis team then starting on Tuesday the 16th. For those that have volunteered on that, what does your time frame look like in terms of being able to get a draft out to the council for review? Can you pull your calendar?
July 10th originally, is that?
Where did we go from the July 10th to June 15th?
Well, the June 15th date is for each of you individually to review the consolidated document that has been updated as of today from the conversation over the last 2 days. So that's June 15th.
That's a Monday.
That's a Monday. By the end of day, Monday, June 15th.
Just so the team knows my schedule, I'll be, if we stick with that 10th deadline, I'm fine with that, but the week of the 6th, which is that week, I would be unavailable if I get chosen for jury duty.
Oh, Lord. We'll get chosen for jury.
Thanks, Erin.
Who's the judge?
You can use us to get out of it, Erin.
Yeah.
So then the hope was that the synthesis team from June 15th to July 10th, that gives you about 3 weeks to work on really synthesizing this next iteration, including incorporating all the comments that come in, as well as the iteration that's been worked on as of today. So does the synthesis team feel like they can do that? And you had a question, Trina, sorry.
Yeah, my question is, do you want this document to be sent out as it is with all the scratches and additions and all that? Or do you want me to resolve those and then send it? How do you want this one that I was typing in today?
I think as is, because it captures the state of the conversation with all those annotations.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
Caroline, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say, just get together for scheduling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so with the synthesis team, we need a final draft, right? I mean, we're talking about presenting a draft for our final recommendations at that time, and so I'm right with Michele. It's like this has to be a respectful conglomeration of 18 views, but also just to know the comments that come to what Trina's going to send out. What we can't have again is another rebuilding to go through and tear down, and so I'm going to go into this with the idea of capturing the spirit of the conversations that we've had, with a complete recognition that no one of us is going to have their perfect ideal situation in there, and to try also to make sure that there's a good middle ground that we find in that situation. But we've got a tough task, and it's gonna be a lot of cutting and a lot of hopefully not much adding at that point. But it's gonna need to get pared down quite a bit. And so anyway, that's kind of my understanding of where we are, and and I don't know, I just feel like we don't have time for much more than that at this time in the game.
And that's why from today until June 15th is vital for everyone to put in concepts, thoughts that are missing, or identify areas where there's not consensus. Michele?
Sorry, I'm curious why everybody is so wanting to pare it down and make it small. It's a huge, complex question, and I think our recommendations and answers might be huge and complex. I mean, we are so much smaller than the Climate Council, which it was like, I think it was almost 600 pages or something. It was really long. I would be hesitant to just hack away. I definitely agree with you, Jonathan, and I totally get the spirit of where we're going, and trying to find that common ground. I'm so with you on that, but I don't want to get rid of important things or cut out important things that add to the conversation, just because we want it to be concise.
I don't think we're looking at taking anything out. I think that the structure that we've talked about over the last 2 days will really take out some of the repetition and move some of the ideas that might be more guiding principles that were repetitive. And so it's really about it getting cleaned up and structured more so that it's more user-friendly to the reader and provides the story and provides a flow.
I think that's a really great way to explain it, and what I'm concerned is that we'll get back into another, all the comments that then we as a council need to go through line by line, cutting those out again, and that's what I mean by, like, we need to not be adding anymore. We need to be providing clear guidance to the ideas that we have, and identify if there's things blatantly left out, but also understand that some things may seem left out, but really they'll be discussed in these principles, or the vision has just larger, more general approaches to that, and not to try to cut out of any work, but just a realistic end goal.
Well, and I was gonna say too, between now and the 15th, if as individual council members are looking at that content piece, if you want to piggyback on your conversation the last 2 days and say, this one clearly feels to me like a guiding principle, or this one would be made more actionable by adding this audience. Like, this is your chance to do that so that it's clear to the synthesis team where those pieces might fit based on your individual input too, and you're not just putting that entire onus on the synthesis writing team.
Could you folks online hear Sean?
Would it be wise for each one of us to say we have completed our comments to the group or to you and Sean, so we feel everybody's been heard, and we have a documentation that everybody's been at least heard?
That would
So if somebody struggles, I mean, I get run over by a bus, I might be able to still do it by Tuesday, type of thing, right? But that's my point. That way there's a check and balance, and everybody doesn't, just throwing out an idea.
I think maybe the reverse of that is if you can't get to it, then let us know.
It don't matter either way, but.
Well, no, we'll see your comments on there if you did.
Who are we
If you need an extension, I'll tell you.
tell us that tonight?
What's that, Chuck?
You're gonna send out you said a link and then that's how we send in our comments? I wanna make sure
So
it's clear.
on the Google Doc, just like we've had in the past, that's where you can put in your comments, right in the document. And so that it's all on comments, not editing the document. So I'd like to be really clear about that too, so that as people keep going to the document, there aren't edits, they're able to read the copy as it is today, but that all comments go on the site.
That's what we use, Caroline, on our
Just
committee.
show us.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Okay.
I can count
If you
on
just highlight whatever it is that you wanna talk about or leave a comment on, just highlight it like this, and then there's this plus sign on the side. You just hit that, add a comment, and then say whatever your comment is, and then press comment. And then it'll be highlighted, and then everybody will be able to read your comment on the side and respond to it. Like, if they don't agree with you, or if they do agree with you, or if you have a suggestion for rewording, that's usually most helpful. Instead of just telling me you don't like it, tell me what you would change, or how you would change it. and then do those comments, and then when our synthesis team goes back through, then we can be like, okay, 18 people commented on that one that they wanna change it to this. So then we can change that and we know that we're done.
Heather, do you mind sending out a reminder email on Friday morning?
Yep, yep.
Thanks.
We forgot to send out a reminder last time. So, yes, I will put a couple of reminders in the calendar. Yeah. And I just want to get back to Chuck. Do you know how to use this, and is that?
We used Google Docs on our little subcommittee.
Okay.
Robyn and I and Caroline and Fred and Christian, isn't that what we used?
Yeah.
So I think I'm okay there, but it confused me back, Trina, when you said, then you exchange comments with.
Yeah, see, the problem is Caroline and Robyn wouldn't give us editing privileges, so.
They controlled it.
Well, no, so the idea is that we wouldn't give you editing privileges, but we would give you commenting privileges, so that you can't go in and edit the document, but that you can go in and make comments.
Is there any benefit to us getting back in our work group so that it's not 18 comments, it's 4?
Not necessarily, because our working groups already made those.
I thought
already
it
came
was
up
a good idea too, but.
So,
I mean, you're right, I mean, this consolidated document really does reflect the conversations that you've had over the last couple of months. And so this is really not rewriting, right? This is really, are there concepts missing?
Comment if you don't allow me to comment.
Well, we'll allow you to comment, but we won't allow you to edit the document.
So if you call me a dumb shit, then I don't even know it and back or.
No, because you can see everyone's comments.
Here, let me go back there.
Sounds like a one-way street to me, but.
No, it's not. And we can work on it together if you want, if that's helpful.
Christian was the only person on our committee that kind of helped.
Oh, you're on.
And then when she had a baby, then Chuck and I were kind of on our own.
Okay, so Chad's gonna share his screen.
I'll figure it out.
One with all the comments. And then
So this is what it looks like, Chuck, when it comes up. All the comments are to the side, and you'll be able to see what they are.
So it's not the same as like that chat stuff.
No, it's not.
No, it's attached to the text in the.
Okay, I mean, that's more like what we do with legal documents with.
Exactly.
Attorney.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, forgive me for being.
If anyone struggles with it, just let me know or Trina know,
Okay.
someone on the synthesis team, and we can help out. Michelle, is your hand up from before, or do you have a new question?
I have a quick suggestion. I found it very helpful to see the running comments. It becomes a conversation, and you can start looking at what other people are thinking, and you have time to really think about it. So I would caution the synthesis group, please don't resolve any comments, even if it seems like you could do it really fast and you could clean up the document. I think that running dialogue is really important to inform each member where other people are coming from and what they're thinking. It was really helpful when I could catch those in time, that I could read what other people said.
Great suggestion, Michelle. So no resolving of comments. If there's something that's a rewrite or, no resolving of comments until the 15th, right? And then the synthesis team goes in.
But that's, I guess that's a clarification I'm asking for. After the 15th, the job of the synthesis team is to clean that document up wholeheartedly. And I think Michelle, and answer me if I'm correct, is that what you're saying, Michelle, is after the 15th, the synthesis team is going to rewrite this whole document?
Yeah. Thumbs up from Michelle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that, and I also like to save the comments, if we could, the same way we did last time. We could save the document with the comments and work it into a new document. I don't know how that worked, but I thought it was helpful to go back and look what people said, to kind of understand more where the synthesis team was coming from too.
Yep,
So preserve those, preserve everything that comes from the 15th.
yep,
Preserve that.
yep.
And
And we've been doing that each step along the way, yeah. So we'll do that again with this one. Tanya?
Oh, can I have some?
Yeah.
I just,
You need to use the mic.
for the week of,
3:40.
for the week of July 6th, I'll also be out for sure. And the other thing, I'm not trying to be rude, but a couple times I wanted to speak up, but you had your back to me.
Sorry.
That's about, they're all past the conversations, but just so you're aware.
Sorry. Any other next steps in terms of getting a final draft document for the July 21st meeting? Are we clear about everyone's responsibility? Sean?
So I'm just thinking about the sequencing of things. Maybe I'll stand close to my here. So just thinking about the sequencing of things between now and then, if the synthesis drafting team completes their work by July 10th, and then we're asking everyone to review that, that means that we're going to have 18 different comments coming into the July 21st meeting. So do we want to put a limit on that and say people have a week to look at that document until July 17th or something like that, and give the synthesis team another iteration of that to try to address or resolve some of those comments before we get to that July 21st, 22nd. Just thinking about a compressed timeline here, but as much review and synthesis we can do between now and then, maybe the better.
so to clarify, June 15th, the synthesis team is taking all those comments and making them into a document.
Right.
And then we're sending it back out for more comments?
By July 10th,
Okay.
because it's a completely new structured document based on the framework that we've talked about these last couple days.
Okay, and are we going to add our guiding principles and all
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes, that's the vision, that's the preamble, that's the guiding principles, it's the recommendations. It's coming up with a name for this fifth section where hunting goes and perhaps something else goes, being really clear about what an appendix would include. Yeah. And so if we're looking at getting that back out July 10th, again, I don't have a calendar in front of me, giving folks a week.
July 10th
Is a Friday. July 10th is a Friday, so by July 17th, can every one of you dig deep into that document and provide comments back to the synthesis team? And so it would be a Google Doc, again, so that everyone can see each other's comments.
I'll vote to switch the obligations there, and if folks could,
Can you use the mic?
I'd request that if we're getting it to the 15th, if people could get it, wait, what was that, the
So
10th?
June 15th, everyone comments on the current document. The synthesis team starts their work on the 16th and has until July 10th.
Right.
And then the synthesis team gets out this new version
So,
by
yeah,
July
I'd request that folks get it to us by Monday over the weekend, so that the team doesn't have to then spend that last weekend pushing through right before the meeting. So basically, I'm just asking if we could trade our weekend for the rest of your weekend and that. Well, because we're gonna have been working on this already, and so I feel like that's gonna be like 3 weeks of just pushing for us if we're waiting that whole week to get it back.
You're confusing me, Jonathan.
So Jonathan, you're asking for, if you get it to folks by July 10th, you're asking them to take the weekend and get comments back to you guys by the 13th, so really in a couple of days. Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's the opposite of you giving it to us on a Friday, and we have a couple of days to try to do the whole thing back again, you know?
I'm wondering, can we push our date back to the 7th or the 6th? Our synthesis team date, instead of the 10th, can we have it to everybody by, can we have synthesized things by the 6th or 7th?
Yeah, probably work better.
And then that would give time for review. That would work if the synthesis team can do that.
Well, the 6th.
By the 6th, by Monday, July 6th. And then,
4th of July is in there, so people are probably not gonna be wanting to spend that week.
We're getting a lot of
stuff.
they've got a couple weeks.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, when you say the
The
5th.
6th is tough, that's a Monday after a long holiday, is what he's saying, right?
No, the 7th.
What are holidays, Dave?
I'm just saying, I understand.
I mean, this is for the synthesis team, right? So I mean, we could ideally have our own internal deadline of Friday the 3rd or something. I don't know. But I mean, I feel like that flip around of a week is just not realistic for everybody. So I'm wondering if we can't push it a little bit, even the 7th or something, and that would give folks.
Yeah.
So by the 7th, and then you get it out to the council by the 7th, with a turnaround by the 10th, or by the 13th,
And then that still gives
them a week.
another week.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonathan, does that work, do you think?
Yeah, I think we can make that work. I haven't really looked at my calendar, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Want you to get a week.
And I honestly may have to back out that week of the 13th, again, jury duty. So right now they have me in there for 2 weeks. So just a heads up to the synthesis team.
Just tell them you're on this council, Erin.
Yeah.
Governor Wright should know.
Governor, right?
Who's the judge?
Can we make that a recommendation for Erin?
And so we'll type this up in an email so that the dates are in an email and it's really clear. Any other questions or pieces that are missing from next steps? I don't see any hands raised on the screen.
Our next meeting is Dylan? Yeah.
So that's the next question, July 21st, 22nd. Are we in Dillon?
I think that the answer in part will depend on, what phase we're in and what ability we have in any particular location to do this.
So Charlie said it's really gonna depend on what phase we're in with the coronavirus and,
But we don't know.
Well, and not to be, I mean,
can you use the mic?
is there any practical reason to go to Dillon at this stage? I mean, probably not gonna, I'm just saying, Helena's a bit more central if you have the technology, and are we gonna take public comment, or
I was wondering the same thing.
are we gonna do a field tour? I mean,
Also, we still haven't been to Shoto, but I don't remember, was Dylan just another place that we were gonna go, or did we have a reason to go there?
We were trying to get to all parts of the state, and so we really haven't been in that area of the state
For public comment.
Yeah.
for
I'm
public
wondering if it makes more
engagement.
sense just to be back here again in July.
COVID killed our state.
Well, and part of that does have to do with, you know, if we're still, in a heightened phase like we are now, then we might not be able to have more than council members in the room. So it's really, like Charlie said, gonna depend on where things are.
And I guess my ask of you guys is if, would you like we did on this one where we can poll everybody as far as your comfort level and coming in person versus Zoom, and then.
Can you guys hear Charlie? If you could use a mic.
Yeah, just keep passing that mic around in the time of COVID. That doesn't hurt anything.
We've got hand sanitizer at every other seat.
Almost everyone has their own mic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, I was just starting to say, like this one, if you, can give us a little bit of latitude on the location, and we'll have to make some of those decisions sooner than later in order to get a facility. But, I mean, if you have a recommendation right now to stay in Helen, I mean, that makes it simple on our end, but, as far as going elsewhere, it takes us a little bit to find facilities that can accommodate this group and offer, like we did here, enough social distancing, et cetera. Not that we can't find those other places, but it just makes it a little trickier. That was why we couldn't go to Shoto, man, it was really problematic to get there.
And this facility did a really nice job with the technology needs.
I think we should just resolve right now to stay here, and there's enough, the support team has enough work to do.
Should we call your wife right now and set that up?
Yeah, we should.
Everybody bring their own
Yeah,
bottle of
let's
scotch?
just save the pen on top one, let's just do it right here.
So there's a motion on the table for July to be in Helena.
Probably the simplest.
Only if there's cookies.
There were cookies
Oh my God,
today.
really good cookies.
There were.
And a great breakfast too.
Darren, did you want to say something? Can we pass the mic? Kristen, anything?
This Lauren, are we likely to have the August meeting in Helena as well?
Charlie?
Yeah, we don't have confirmation yet on an August meeting. There was, I think, some talk about, how would this group hand off its recommendations to the governor's office, and I think we just need to have that conversation first with the governor's office and see what their anticipation is. I'd be a little hesitant right now to commit to anything in August as far as meetings go.
Darren?
Yeah, I'm wondering if, seeing as how we're changing some of our meetings, obviously been impacted by COVID, and we've seen an increase in written comments. I wonder if we should try and explore how the Wildlife Commission takes public comment where we can hear some comments orally, limit it to 5 minutes or something if there's some people that are passionate that want to speak rather than writing. And so I'm just asking if there's a way for the Montana to, a last push to give us 5-minute comments or to make that available. I'm not sure, Charlie, it's putting a lot of onus on you and your crew, but I wonder if we should make that available.
Yeah, we can explore that.
Charlie said yes, he would explore that option. Sean?
Follow up on that EQC conversation
Yep.
and whether or not that's an action item you guys want to take now, because we probably need to make a request if you want to get on the agenda.
So I think
July, we were talking about September, maybe after the recommendations come out.
Wasn't that Lauren's action item?
Lorents,
Lorents was gonna
volunteered to do that.
But did we made a decision about that? Okay.
I got volunteers.
Charlie is saying let's check with Patrick first and maybe then circle back to Lawrence. Lawrence,
That's
go
fine.
ahead. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
And then Dylan just confirmed by way of table that we should be able to,
In the mic, Charlie.
we should be able to accommodate what, Darren was suggesting, that we could, take in comments, 2 at a time, if we have to do it via an electronic platform again.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Dylan.
so we're basically saying that we're not gonna go to Shoto because, they don't have a facility for us, given COVID?
That seems to be the consensus, is that we would do the next meeting in Helena.
I would still like to do it in Shoto. I think Kristen would like to do it in Shoto.
I would like to do it.
Well,
Part of the,
same reason why we're not going to Dylan. I mean,
and part of the challenge there was that when we were traveling around the state was to do the public engagement piece, and that it felt really hard to be in a place where we then couldn't be open to having public engage. And so that was another piece in addition to having a facility that could accommodate all of the COVID regulations. So,
I mean, I don't wanna suggest you backtrack on your thumbs up. I mean, if you give us a little bit of latitude to work around Helena or another location, say Shoto or Dillon, we can sure do our homework to see both what's available facility-wise and taking into account where we're at in terms of the phase 2 or 3 and work on that. It just, having some flexibility would really help though for us rather than just, an absolute.
So the question to Darren's question then, is if we were to do it at a different location other than Helena, could Dillon still have some kind of a platform that the public could communicate with us without being in a room with us?
Yeah, I think that's what he was answering. I think it would depend in part on the internet connection, bandwidth and all that up there, but assuming that's all workable, then yes.
I guess I would say then let's give you the flexibility to research that and come up with some recommendations. Anybody agree?
I guess I'm fine with that, except that I would say that if through technology, if we can't have, say, a public meeting in the evening or something in either Dillon or Shoto, but we could we could meet in Helena, but with technology, we could somehow sponsor a public meeting that would be via, I don't know about Zoom, but something from one of those towns. I think that would be a good thing to do.
Well, I think if it's from one town, though, I think it would have to be just opened up to the public. I mean, I think that would be, I don't think we could just focus on one town, I guess.
Well, we had talked about, doing a meeting in Shoto so we could have a public meeting there, and the same in Dillon.
This is Vivica. I was just going to say, one possibility that we do now is we stream our commission meetings from Helena, and then people are able to go into our FWP regional offices around the state and participate. So, sometimes, we have issues with that technology, but all in all, it works okay and does allow people to join in. So, excuse me, I got a tickle in my throat. So that would be something at a minimum we know we could do from Helena.
thanks, Vivica. That's helpful, and still taking into the consideration the COVID safety measures, because that's the other piece here is with public engagement, making sure that public health safety is still a priority as well. Robyn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, and thank you for taking that into consideration. I really want to be able to participate in person in July and August. So the more our meeting space is considering that public health, I really appreciate that. I have some, well, anyway, I just have issues like everybody else does. So if we could just continue to be mindful of that, it would really allow me to be able to be there in person. So thank y'all for considering that.
Thanks, Robyn. And, there were a number of us that had those concerns that are here in Helena, and from my personal standpoint, they did a really excellent job in providing safety measures, and enough space for us around the room and cleanliness, and the hotel's taking that very seriously, and members here have been really respectful of that. So thank you for everyone who's here in person that have been respectful of that. Thank you to Charlie and Deb and your team for finding a facility that's been respectful of that. And thank you for those on Zoom that have participated in this way. I know it's been challenging, certainly not ideal, but certainly given the technology that we have, I think we've accomplished quite a bit in the last 2 days. Really appreciate the depth of conversation that we've had around a number of these issues, connectivity, where bears should be, in particular, looking at process and structure for your report and recommendations. So a lot of work has been done, coming up with really clear next steps, engaging every one of you to make sure that you have the opportunity to contribute and comment on this next iteration so that your thoughts and concerns are represented in this next consolidated document. And just thank you for staying engaged this whole time. It's been really, really wonderful for us to have these 2 days together in person and on video. I'd like to just go around the room and get some final reflections and thoughts over the last couple of days. Since we started with Nick this morning, I'll start with Cole.
Just thanks to everybody that made it happen. All the work that went into it, I really appreciate that. My reflection, I guess, is, and I don't know if this ought to go in our preamble or it should show up in our stuff at all, but I think that it would be important for the council to recognize that I've been kind of resisting, or I haven't weighed in a lot on the topic on hunting because I don't have I'm not an avid hunter myself. I'm a hunter, but certainly not an avid hunter, and I can't imagine ever wanting to hunt grizzly bears just because it's not something that appeals to me. But I would want to make sure that we do not set up some kind of a polarity between folks who have a reverence for grizzly bear and ecological integrity on one side and hunters on the other side. Because I think those are false characterizations, and sometimes folks' reaction to that, either ourselves or the public, can, even if it's unintentional, start to frame it that way. I think it's important to basically say that yeah, I'm already stumbling over that a little bit. I don't think we should frame either pro or con to hunting around some kind of reverence or respect for the grizzly bear, because it doesn't have much to do with the topic, in fact. I think we should try our best to frame either concerns pro or con in terms of practical considerations for recovery. Because there's important cultural and religious and heritage considerations on both sides of the hunting question. And there's folks who have reverence for animals and grizzly bears and ecological integrity on both sides, but they're across the spectrum. So let's not, as a council, make this about who has more spiritual depth, or let's try. I think we should just like to encourage us as we think about that issue of hunting to frame our concerns pro or con around recovery and the viability of the population, which it seems to be the goal here, grizzly bear conservation.
Very well said, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Cole. I'm just glad I got a couple hours to try phone. A lot to think about. It really covered a lot of ground on these discussions. I do feel a little muddier now than when we started this morning, but I guess looking back, that's been pretty common, and all that means is that we've got new ideas that poured into the mix, and they gotta settle down, and that'll bring some more clarity to that body of knowledge that we're building up here. As Cole started saying that while we were talking about that group, I actually was hoping that maybe our people working on that anti-hunting might have more of a substantial contribution to the recommendations for a hunt, just to be sure that we get a balanced and rational perspective. I think that everyone should kind of challenge themselves to think outside of their own beliefs, especially at this point as we near this end game and get towards really that final document that's going to be a shared vision written by us and addressed to, the decision makers of the state. It's a big responsibility, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's put into it. It's been nice working with y'all, and, like I said, I'm glad to have the time to think about it on the way home today.
Thanks, John.
Hello? Where do I start? I'm gonna say I'm concerned a little bit with, especially over the last 2 days, as Jonathan and Cole have just said, and I respect both their opinions, there's been a ton of work that has taken place over the last 7 or 8 months. And as I have watched and taken in a lot of the things that have gone on over the last 2 days, I'm not sure as a group we have consensus on anything. I think there's a very large majority that have consensus on a lot of the issues, and there may be 1 or 2 people that disagree that I think may challenge our deadline of getting something completely accomplished before the end of August. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but just an observation over the last couple of days that I've seen that kind of worries me a little bit. Just due to the fact that there has been a lot of hard, good work done drafting these documents, and I think we've got a great place, and we're going in a great place with the new format and new process. But again, I think, as Jonathan said, I think we have to look deep inside ourselves and say, are we willing to compromise, which is what this is about. We do not all agree on this. We're 18 different people representing 1 million people in this state. There's got to be some give and take, and unfortunately, and it's my own personal opinion, I didn't see a lot of that in the last 2 days, and that concerns me. But I do appreciate all of the work that has been done, and I think, we've got, in 2 months, we've got a lot of work to do. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Wow, that's hard to follow. So I appreciate what Cole and Jonathan and Chad said. As far as Cole and Jonathan's points, I'm really glad that we have them on this council because they are very good at speaking. And they're very good at putting words together into a really nice sentence. And I can only do that when I write, not when I talk. So I do appreciate you guys being here and being able to say the stuff that I want to say, but I can't. I also agree with Chad. I feel like we didn't do anything the last 2 days, and I know that we made some progress, but it was just horribly frustrating. And so I hope that moving forward with this document, we can make some progress and we can get done by August like we're supposed to, and we can work together. I have been saying this whole time since our very first meeting, you guys know where I have stood from the very beginning, and you knew that I was going to argue with you and yell at you and be mean to you. But now that we're getting towards the end, the rest of you are becoming me. So, but I'm glad that you're representing yourself, and I'm glad that you're sticking to your values. But we just all really have to work together. And I'm gonna stop there.
It's kind of hard to go from all of that to this, but I really do appreciate the knowledge that's on this council and the experience that's on this council, from top to bottom, and from sideways to sideways, however you want to put it. But, and certainly, I think it's helped us grow and it's helped us get to where we are. These last 2 days, I think, were deeply needed to be able to be together, as many of us that could be together. I'm sorry for the rest of you that weren't able to be with us after hours and in the mornings and stuff. It was great conversations, and the great conversations that we have at all of our meetings, deeply, deeply needed. There was just so much to the Zoom meetings that we could get done, and these one-on-one conversations or group conversations that we've had the last couple of days, Sunday, Monday, today, has been just extremely rewarding. Thanks for everybody's work.
I actually am very grateful to be in person. I think there's a different level of work that gets done and connection. And I agree, the Zoom meetings kill me. And I do have a confession. Trina already knows, but I have Asperger's, and so if I come off rude, I'm really not rude, but the Zoom meetings are incredibly hard for me. So the in-person stuff is a lot better. And the only things, I really want to thank Cole and Jonathan, who were, and I think everybody's input was great, but I really appreciated their insight and guidance, trying to keep us moving forward and coming up with different ideas. I felt like you guys were really rocking, and it was much appreciated. I had just a few thoughts really quickly that kind of sparked from different things that people said, and one of them was what Cole had said just now in his remarks, and something that I had been thinking about also was, grizzly bears they're a wildlife, they're a species of wildlife, and as much respect as we can have for another species, in my opinion, there isn't anything that places them above all other animals in the animal kingdom. There isn't something that places them above humans. We're all in this together. And so I think we need to, and maybe I'm just wording this in a different way, but the same thought as him, I'm not sure, but I think keeping that in mind and coming from a people where we have the highest reverence for the grizzly bear, that we have certain cultural rules and taboos associated with them. I see that with a lot of different people where they're native or non-native, and I think being practical is really important and looking at the big picture. We're here for conservation and management. And the other thing I wanted to say on the same note was, and I didn't really want to get into it because I felt like it was a rabbit hole, but I've said it a few different times, maybe in different ways. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, and I don't think maybe this will go forward. Maybe it's perhaps not even relevant, but I really, and I don't mean this in a mean way, I'm trying to be very respectful, but
as a Blackfeet person, I really take offense to perspectives when they try to use the Native perspective or what their interpretation of a Native perspective is as it pertains to grizzly bears, and use it, or certain pieces of it, to fit. You can't take just one, you can't take one part of the perspective. There's so much more to it, and you know, and I don't, like I said, I don't want to keep going and going, but as much as we don't kill, this is an example, we don't want to kill grizzly bears, we also kill them for ceremonial reasons, so we have that right to do that. So seeing it with the whole hunting piece, it doesn't belong there. That's our spiritual beliefs. I really, despite past work of different people, tribes, organizations, whatever, there's a big distinction, and that's about it. And I don't mean that in a mean way, I'm just trying to differentiate. We need to look at the issues and with a whole perspective, and don't use my culture to further an agenda on one side or the other. Because there's points on both, like using hunting. You could argue it for pro-hunting or anti-hunting, and I'm not sitting here arguing it for one or the other, because it doesn't belong. And that's about it. I sound like a naked Nancy, but I'm really super, I was excited and thrilled to be here and to see you all, and that's about it. I look forward to the next one. I will miss you guys so much.
Thanks, everybody, for pretty much letting everybody's being pretty open tonight, or to this afternoon, about where they feel we're headed, and I appreciate that a lot. I guess I'm pretty excited. Maybe it doesn't feel like we've got, somewhere in a lot of areas, but actually the framework, I think, that we settled on yesterday, and the idea of some guiding principles, I think, will go a long ways towards helping this document down the road, you know, further into the future. I think it will carry a lot more weight when the intentions behind our recommendations have some maybe more obvious direction to them, when maybe some of those recommendations don't pertain anymore to what we're dealing with today or looking at today. So I guess on a positive, for me, that was a real positive that came out of this meeting. And I've also appreciated being here and getting a chance to visit with people one-on-one. I think, as Brett mentioned and others mentioned, that's gone a long ways towards where we're headed in the next 2 months. So thank you.
I think I'm gonna take a left-hand turn like Group 2 does quite often. But
Red or green?
yeah, get the box of crayons out. But I'm gonna use my time to pat everybody on the back and make a huge cry that we knew these days were coming. We built a great foundation with each other for 9 months, so we can have these look in the eye, difficult conversations. We can put our eye out because we're frustrated. We're built for this, and I think we're ready, and we've just got to push through the tough times and maybe sometimes take a little step back from our own personal egos and see where we can find a compromise, and if not, we're just going to have to admit that and move forward. But I would encourage everybody that this is going to be hard, and we know it is. I'm fairly certain when they selected all of us on this committee, it was not an easy task. And so I keep going back to that. If that's their confidence in us to do our best, I think we just need to be positive, push through it, suck it up and get to the end game, because I know we got it in us, I really do. I think it's a good and positive space, so.
A left-hand turn. I too am, I would say, more positive for this meeting than, I appreciated your comments, Chad. I felt the frustration. I am a very big picture-oriented person, and it was very trying for me when we got in the weeds on those recommendations. I mean, that's why you pick committees and delegate, and then you gotta have trust in them rather than picking apart words. That's very trying for me, I must be honest. I think, as you say, we've been leading up to this. Now's the time we need to do some compromising. Something that really struck home to me, Kristen left, but she goes, don't make the bear more than it is. It's another wildlife species. It may be iconic to Montana, but it's not something to be idolized. And I think people abuse that. I'm positive there. I personally have a time when I'll be gone in August, so I'm really worried about that. Thanks.
It's been really great to be together, and just the stories, and we were telling stories last night, and it made me reflect back on the early 80s, and the late 70s, when I first came to this country and worked in the backcountry just east of Yellowstone, and it was the low point for grizzly bears. There were 135 in Greater Yellowstone when I first came here. And the fact that I'm now on a governor of Montana's Grizzly Bear Council, talking about an expanded population and how we're dealing with the challenges, if I could go back to my 20-year-old self, it would, it's really quite amazing. It's an amazing journey that we are all taking, and that the grizzly bear is taking. I am like Chuck, I like the big picture, and I keep in mind that what we're doing is really important, and that we need to come up with durable, important recommendations for the future. And that even if we disagree, that's okay, because that disagreement and the conversations and the way we're coming at this is still really important. So let's keep that in mind, that our goal and our work together for Montana, for the grizzly bear and everything else is super important. And hopefully, like the wolf, people in the future will be referring back to our work and saying, look at what they did and look at what they came up with, and this wasn't easy with 18 Montanans, very opinionated. And I am an optimist, and I do look at what we're facing as a challenge. I love challenges, whether they're really big, gnarly mountains or a process like this. Give me a challenge, and I'm ready to try and meet that challenge. And I think of all the time I spent with the Blackfoot Challenge and how framing it that way, like how we can come together and not always agree, but mostly agree and compromise and understand and listen and take our own hats off of our own personal agendas and keep in mind our overarching goal, we can meet that challenge. So, ever you need optimism, you just come to me.
Thanks. I want to thank FWP staff for the work you put into this. I mean, I know this COVID thing has made it a challenge, as well as the federal staff that's here. I think despite the challenges of Zoom, we did get work done. So, and I think we made progress today again in tweaking and shortening this and making it more concise. We're going to continue that for 5 weeks. I think Cole really set us on a good track this meeting by laying out those four, just that idea of those four categories of print headers that we want on this. And finally, Cole, I agree with you completely on the hunting. I'm hoping to address that in the draft some of the tweaks I make to that, and this is coming from a serious hunter who has no desire to ever hunt grizzly bears, but I think that's utterly irrelevant to long-term grizzly conservation, and while I certainly respect it, I think some of the language in the one opposed to hunting sets up that dichotomy that's unnecessary, and I'm hoping to address that in a positive way, so. That's it, thanks, I'm glad we could meet in person.
Erin, just gonna go in order on the screen.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I was thinking the other day how not that long ago I was sitting there trying to figure out if I should apply for this, and at that point I probably should have told myself to run away, but I didn't. And I'm kidding. But we have had a long hard road, and I think that means we're trying. And I think if it was easy, I think there would be things that we left out. And I think, the next couple of months are going to be hard. But I think we're going to get there. And I think everybody's opinion is valued. And I feel like at least we're trying to listen to each other, and we don't always understand each other. And I think sometimes those little words do matter, and sometimes they feel like we're wordsmithing, but it's not wordsmithing, it's more than that. And so taking the time to understand that and recognize that and keeping the space open to be able to ask questions, I think is really important. So I'm looking forward to the process as we move forward. I'm also a bit optimistic that we can get this done, but also recognize that, it's going to be a lot of work. And again, I'm on another writing committee, so what the heck I was thinking. But thank you, everybody, and thank you for all of the help we've had from all of the agencies, and all of the presentations we've had. I think that base has been extremely important, and I've learned a lot of new things, and so I'm really appreciative of all of that support help as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Michele.
Yeah, I'm actually positive. We had to have these conversations, and I felt like we were kind of working around them and avoiding them. And I think having the conversations, and it's been challenging because some people zooming in and some people being together makes it harder to communicate and to be understood. And I think we have to keep understanding where people are coming from, and even if we don't agree, we need to know that that we're all here together working for something that's big, and we need to remember that. So I think we have to have these conversations, and it's not going to be easy. But if we don't have them, then we're not doing service to the bear or the people that work around bears.
Thanks, Michele. Robyn.
Hopefully I'll get better and quicker at turning my video and my mute on. So I want to thank everybody too, especially our support teams and our facilitators. You guys have just done a great job. I'm positive as well. I think that we're going to get there. I appreciate the transparency and the honesty, and I'm really looking forward to July and August, and I'm especially looking forward to joining y'all in person. So thank you.
Thanks, Robyn. Lorents.
Yeah, thanks. I kind of second what Robyn was talking about. That the support team has been great, and sometimes I think we're not using them enough, but they're there when we need them, And I also want to thank you two facilitators. I mean, I've been in a lot of different facilitation settings, and sometimes you think you need a facilitator, other times you don't. I think we'd have had a very tough time without any facilitators. And I also think that you two guys are very professional. You've obviously done a lot of training for facilitation, and you've kept us on kind of an even keel, and that's great. I really appreciate that. And other than that, I'm really looking forward to September.
Thanks,
You're
Lorents.
here, Lawrence.
You know, I mean, I really appreciate, I mean, the 18 of you have been so incredibly thoughtful from the beginning. And, you know, a number of you have said that, you know, you're really optimistic, and I want to highlight that was part of the criteria in being selected, was that, you know, not only did the governor's office want to pick a diverse group of people with a breadth of experience around grizzly bears, but also the 18 of you really conveyed your sense of wanting to engage in these difficult conversations and collaborate and find solutions. And so you knew that this wasn't going to be easy, but you came in with the sincerity of wanting to work together with those that you knew shared different experiences and different thoughts about this issue. And so it's really the 18 of you that have continued to come in with that intention, that have maintained that intention and maintained that tone of really trying to find that balance and wanting to understand each other. And I agree, Erin, in terms of it can feel pretty in the weeds and tedious around looking at one word, but that discussion is really what gets you to understanding. So it's not about what word replaces it, but it's that process and conversation of understanding why that word is replaced and what's chosen to go there in between. And Darren, you're right. You knew we'd need to get to the difficult conversation. And so it can feel like perhaps there wasn't movement, but the movement was that you had the difficult conversation that you've been building foundation for this whole time. And so that's real progress, because you're right, you wouldn't have been able to have the kinds of conversations around hunting, around connectivity, around where bears should be back in October, November, December. And so you've really created a space and relationship with each other to be able to have that dialogue. And that we don't want that process to get lost, and we want these relationships to continue. And so you each mentioned the value of being able to be here and reconnect in person, and how meaningful that was to you, and appreciative that you were for that, and to be able to continue to do the best you can over Zoom, whether it's some of us in person and over Zoom today, or over the last several months of using that technology to maintain those connections, and in your working groups as well. So there was a lot of progress. Because there was a lot of process and discussion, there's a lot to absorb and sort of mull through for many of us on the drive home and in the days to come, as we continue to look at the next iteration and look at where we might want to refine concepts and thoughts, and is it capturing what you want, and what's still missing for that. So I also wanted to see if Martha, do you have any final reflections, and Sean and Charlie? So Martha, are you still with us? Any final words that you might want to share? And I know she had some meetings this afternoon. Okay. She had to step aside for a moment. Sean?
Just a lot of gratitude for who you guys are and the hard work that you put into this, and just the phrase that's ruminating in the back of my mind right now is you can go faster alone and further together. And that kind of sums up the tension I'm feeling in the room, and I think we're going to end up going further together, so I'm feeling good about it.
Charlie? Any final words?
Are you
hanging in there?
I mean, no,
Very good, Charlie.
the fly on the wall, it's easier to see the progress. So for those that were a little frustrated at times, the big picture, 60,000 foot looking in, I did think that you guys made a lot of progress and really were leaning in. So fantastic work, and Sausage making ain't pretty at times, but, you're gonna have a hell of a product when you're done.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, good job. Thanks, everyone. Meeting adjourned. And I'll get out an email tonight or in the morning with dates and a link to the Google Doc.
Charlie's accepting travel mark.
Charlie, is it okay if I scan mine and? I'll email it, Charlie. Charlie, can I email mine to you, or I'll email?
Yeah. Yeah, just remember the receipt on lodging, and you don't need them on meals, just record.
Yep, just the hotel.
Thank you. It varies a little bit, I would say, we expect.
How do you hang up?